to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last
Now, Foreign Affairs Advisor has said that Sheikh Hasina's extended stay in Delhi will not negatively impact the bilateral relations between Bangladesh and India. He said, and I quote, "Bilateral relations is a big thing. It's built on mutual trust and interest." He said when asked by a journalist if Sheikh Hasina's prolonged stay in India might affect the relationship between the two neighboring countries. Now, Bangladesh's interim leader, Muhammad Yunus, will meet Hindu students today over attacks on minorities. Yunus said that it is of grave concern and it needs to be resolved after several reports came out that the minorities in Bangladesh were being attacked. Now, a fast-spreading wildfire tore through several neighborhoods close to the Greek capital of Athens on Monday, prompting authorities to urge residents to evacuate their homes. There has been one death also reported as wildfires rage across Athens suburbs. And Disney bestows the legend status on 14 artists. Miley Cyrus, Harrison Ford honored as Disney legends. Honorees created significant impact on Disney's legacy.
To the Disney Legends Ceremony.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vata. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including protests that continue against the rape and murder of a doctor in Kolkata. We'll get you all the details. But first, the headlines. Autopsy report has now been submitted to the family members, in which the doctor was assaulted, raped and smothered. The report suggests that she was bleeding from both her eyes, mouth, injuries to various parts of her body, including her private parts, her belly, her leg, her neck, hand, as well as lips. It seems that she was first strangulated and then smothered to death. Centre withdraws a draft of Broadcasting Services Regulation Bill. The Information and Broadcasting Ministry says that they've withdrew after feedback from associations, and it is the INB Ministry that holds consultations with stakeholders on that bill. Former Attorney General on the Hindenburg case, Mukul Rohatgi, dismisses all allegations, says Hindenburg has no credibility at all, adding that the report can't be taken seriously. Indian Olympic contingent to return to India today. Vinesh Phogat was seen leaving Paris Olympics village. She is expected to be returning to India, and this comes on the day when her plea for the silver medal is likely to be taken up by the CAS. Elon Musk interviews Donald Trump on platform X. This is the first return of Donald Trump after a year on that platform. He speaks about his assassination bid. He goes on to say it was a coup, and Trump also talks about Biden being the worst president. And this is also when he talks about Kamala Harris in that interview as well. We'll get you all the details. Let's get you our top story, and that is the details that have come out from the autopsy report of the 31-year-old doctor, the postgraduate trainee who was working at that renowned state government-run RG Kar Medical College in Kolkata. They are, very chilling details that have now emerged of that autopsy report. The accused had hit her so hard that the glasses of her spectacles had shattered. The shards had pierced her eyes, so she got hurt on both her eyes. The trainee doctor was raped and murdered inside a seminar hall in the institution, and her body was found on Friday morning. Sanjoy Roy, a civic volunteer working with the Kolkata Police, has been arrested for the crime. The post-mortem report, which has been handed over to the family of the trainee doctor by the Kolkata Police, revealed that she had suffered several injuries. Cuts were found on her hands, her face. Reports suggested that she was bleeding from both her eyes, her mouth. There were injuries on various parts of her body, including her private parts. She was injured also in her belly, her left leg, her neck, her right hand, her right finger and her lips. It seems that she was first strangulated and then smothered to death. And petitions have been filed at the High Court seeking a CBI probe in the matter. We have my colleague Prabhakar joining us to get us more on this. Prabhakar, chilling details that have now emerged. This is the autopsy report that has now been shared by the family with details of where all she was injured by the accused. And it is now that the petition has been filed for seeking a CBI probe in the matter.
Yeah, exactly. And CBI probe is what the doctors of Patna are also demanding. Remember, we are at the AIIMS Patna. This is, if I could just show you around, this is AIIMS Patna. This is the entrance of the OPD out here. You can see the banner of the Resident Doctor Association of AIIMS Patna. And they're also demanding the CBI inquiry and also a few other demands. Basically, it's a protest against the brutality which has happened there. I'm joined by a few of the resident doctors here who have organized this protest, and it's not only the AIIMS Patna, but remember the Patna Medical College Hospital, the NMCH, the Nalanda Medical College Hospital, the leading medical institutes of Bihar. They are all the junior doctors. They're all on strike. So what actually triggers this protest?
The very fact that one of our colleagues was brutally murdered and possibly raped while being on duty, it really shakes us. If we are not safe at our workplace, if we don't get the healthcare safety, I don't think we should continue giving our duties. Because if we are not safe, if the women, if the doctors, if the women of the country are not safe, I'm sorry, we don't have really anything.
Point taken, but don't you think you also have some duty towards those guys who are waiting for the doctors, and they have come from the far-flung areas?
It is very important to realize that even we have some duty towards our patients. They have, our government also have some duty towards us, and it is really important to ensure that we are safe at our workplaces. So it is very important to go on this type of strikes. We are not against any public, we are not against any our administration, we are against the government for this, because we want government to implement safety at our workplaces. It is very important.
Which is a very valid point. So what are the immediate demands by the doctors?
Well, sir, the immediate demands are our Central Protection Act, number one. Number two, the perpetrators should be hanged to death, because a kind of fear to death should be instilled in all such kind of people who have such animal instincts. Because it's this is not the first time that a lady has been murdered and possibly raped. We had the Nirvaya in 2012, and we have so many children and adolescents who are undergoing the same thing. Every day we have such cases. Number three, after the acts are there, we would like the government to ensure the safety of all the doctors, all the ladies basically at their workplaces.
So safety of doctors is what they are demanding, and also strict action, the CBI inquiry against those who have been involved in the horrific Calcutta incident. Is it a token strike, one-day token strike, or will this protest continue?
So we'll put our demands to our director. Whatever the demands that my colleagues Ayush told, and plus we want to ensure safety of our residents here also. And basically we are not doing strike for everything. Our emergency and trauma and emergency in medical emergency services are and NICUs, all emergencies are active. But we are only abandoning all electric
OPD. The
buses.
OPD is what would not be functional. Yeah, it's not. OTs and the OPDs would not be functional today. But if we could just show you around, hundreds of people, they are still waiting at the doorstep. They are the people who have come from far-flung areas. They might have waited for weeks and months actually to get an appointment, and today they would be returning back home disheartened because the doctors, the treating doctors are on strike, and they have a very valid demand, I would say, very valid demand. They want safety at the workplace, which anybody would want that to happen, and it's a very valid demand coming from the doctors here in Patna.
Right, so Prabhakar joining us from AIIMS of Patna. We also have Anuj joining us from the JJ Hospital in Mumbai. Anuj, over to you. Of course, an indefinite strike is what doctors, have set out to, like they are protesting against what's really happened, that brutality. The autopsy report is suggesting the kind of injuries she sustained. She was strangulated, very chilling details that have come out. Anuj, what are the demands that are being made by the doctors at the JJ Hospital?
I'm here at the JJ Hospital, and unlike the rest of the country, the protests here are going to start today. We saw that in many other major cities in the country, the protests began yesterday. But yesterday morning, the BMC unit of MARD, that is the Maharashtra Association of Residential Doctors, put out a circular calling out for a strike of all the residential doctors from the 13th of August, which is today. And even though the BMC unit put out this circular, when we contacted all the major hospitals here in the city, they stated that a decision on whether the strike will be taking place or not would be taken by the end of the 12th, that is last night. And today morning again we contacted all the MARD presidents across the different hospitals, and they've told us that most of these hospitals will be holding a strike from today at around 9 to 9:30 a.m. And their protests, their demands remain extremely clear. They're looking at something as basic as, even people in Patna were reiterating, firstly the installation of CCTV cameras and increased surveillance in most of these places, an increased number of security personnel, especially when we were here yesterday when the candle march was going on here in the JJ Hospital. We were talking to a lot of young women doctors, and they told us about how, except for the emergency services, not all other wards have security personnel necessary, and it becomes an imperative, especially if women doctors are staying there at night, for them to have someone from the security to make sure that their safety is guaranteed. Besides that, they're also pushing for more stringent laws, stronger legislation, and finally, and of course, they're also looking for the demands of the Kolkata hospital to be accepted and the case to be given to the Central Investigation of Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, what we've been reiterating from here in Mumbai is that, of course, the trigger of this entire event has been the Kolkata case, but then this matter, this entire issue has become much bigger than that here. This has served the doctors not just in Mumbai but all across Maharashtra or even the rest of the country an opportunity to bring out the concerns of the local doctors. When again we were talking to the doctors here yesterday, they told us about how there have been several similar instances happening in Maharashtra in last 2 to 3 years, be it Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, be it Dhruv, be it Nashik, or all the other deeper pockets of the state. And most of these cases would just miss out from the mainstream because of not enough coverage, and they are capitalizing on what happened in Kolkata to make sure that, of course, justice has been served in Kolkata as well. But besides that, they are able to attract eyeballs of the rest of the country to much basic, much basic problem of doctors, regardless of their gender, all across the state or even the country.
Right, Anuj and Prabhakar, thank you so much for joining us. And like Anuj and Prabhakar were pointing out, the demands that are being made as far as the doctors are concerned, they are demanding for justice as far as the deceased doctor is concerned. They demand a mandated security protocol for healthcare workers, and the demand is that there needs to be an impartial, thorough investigation of the case and the punishment to the culprits. A fair, transparent and time-sensitive criminal investigation is being demanded. So time is of essence. They have even, set up a deadline. That is, they're asking for 48 hours into the matter, and this is, something that is being demanded by doctors across the country. So protests that are are continuing as far as doctors are concerned. So we had my colleagues Prabhakar and Anu joining us from Patna and Mumbai. We will keep tracking the story. For now, we're switching tracks to more news coming in, and this is in regard to the Ministry of Information and Broadcast on Monday has withdrawn the latest draft of the Broadcasting Services Bill. This move comes after widespread consultation by the ministry and especially after a lot of backlash. The bill, remember, is aimed to replace the Television Network Act of 1995. As per the reports, the ministry has instructed all stakeholders to return the physical copies they received between the 24th of July and the 25th. According to the ministry, additional time will be given to solicit, as far as the comments and suggestions are concerned, till the 15th of October on the Broadcasting Services Regulation Bill. My colleague Vasudha joins us to get us more on this. Vasudha, take us through all the details that you have for us.
Well, Divya, this bill, the draft of this bill was brought out a few days ago, and there have been consultations that have been going on since October 2023, and there have been some points that have been, sort of disagreement when it comes to the industry, and which is regarding the redefinition of broadcasters to include online content makers, online news broadcasters, in the sense news creators, and also people who share news on online platforms and social media platforms. This bill also talks about bringing in social media accounts of news creators and journalists, which was seen as a contentious point, and the ministry was basically indulged in having widespread consultations, but these widespread consultations are not really long-ranging. So what we hear now is that after this last bet of consultations which have happened, the ministry wants to give more time to stakeholders, which is why it has said that there'll be a fresh bill that will be introduced after it holds consultations. In fact, it has already told stakeholders to return, the copy of the draft that they already have, which was given to them on 23rd and 24th of July. While the stakeholders believe that the bill has been withdrawn, the government has not made that very clear in its post that we saw it making on social media yesterday. It has said that a fresh bill will be introduced in the next few days, and that will also have changes and widespread consultations will happen. But my sources have said that the ministry is going to be very careful about this right now, and it does not want any contentious, clauses in the bill which may antagonize the media industry. So it's going to be very careful, and it is going to have large-scale consultation. So as of now, it seems like there's going to be more time and there's going to be more thought that will be put into the Broadcast Regulation Services Bill.
Right, Vasudha, so amid criticism, the Centre to prepare that fresh draft of broadcasting bill. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Moving on now, former Attorney General Mukul Rohatgi has brushed off the latest allegations of US-based short seller Hindenburg Research, saying as an entity, it has no credibility at all. Mr. Rohatgi exposed Hindenburg further in an exclusive interview with NDTV's Maurice Shakil. Take a look. The Congress said wanting the stock market to crash is what was being said is BJP's Ravi Shankar Prasad, who went on to say that as the ruling party continues to hit back at the opposition over the short seller Hindenburg's Research latest allegations of financial misconduct against the Adani Group. Listen in.
Mr. Rohatgi, thank you for speaking to NDTV. Of course, the latest revelations which have come from Hindenburg raises several questions on the functioning of SEBI, the regulatory body which is supposed to ensure transparency and overall checks and balances. Do you think it is very, very concerning, and are you of the opinion that there is a need for further investigation?
So, Maria, let me start by saying that keeping in view the track record of Hindenburg, I do not think it's a cause for any concern, much less serious concern, and much less requiring a probe by a body no less than the JPC. And I'm saying so for the simple reason that Hindenburg, the earlier report we have seen, the idea was to destabilize the stock market. By that destabilization, people lose a lot of money. Some people make a lot of money by short selling, and that's the avowed object of Hindenburg. This is what they did last time. Investigation was done. The matter went to the Supreme Court. Nothing was found credible in that report. So keeping that track record, and I find that they have again targeted the same conglomerate, namely Adani. This is another target, another attack at the same target. The only twist seems to be to somehow rope in the SEBI chief so as to say that the whole regulator or the whole regulatory system is now biased or tainted. I cannot speak for the SEBI chairperson. She will have to say whatever she has to say. But as far as I am concerned, logically speaking, keeping in view the track record, I do not think that there is any cause to have any such probe. Now, see, politically, the issue is different. I am not, answering on a political level. Politically, people want a hot potato from here or there to fling it at one party or the other. That is not within my scope of my submissions. So I personally feel that nothing should be done in this case unless some very credible, startling information comes out. And let me tell you one thing, Mare. This kind of destabilization ultimately affects the small investor. It's not that Mr. Adani will lose. Adani's companies a lot of them are public listed. It is the small investor whose wealth is going to crumble by these kind of instabilities. Even if America sneezes, it affects our market. Therefore, it's very, very unsettling to have this kind of an attack on a regular, yearly basis, if I may say so.
Okay, Mr. Rohadgi, the larger question is also of the conflict of interest. The point that has been made, or favoritism of SEBI in handling of cases related to this particular conglomerate. How do you react to the allegation that SEBI failed to act promptly or effectively in addressing concerns raised by the previous Hindenburg report?
Please see this fact that the matter ultimately went to the Supreme Court. So it's not as if somebody was sleeping, and even if somebody was sleeping or going slow, it would be jolted by the Supreme Court. There's nothing which would be swept under the carpet. If that is so, then where is the cause for saying that SEBI, which has otherwise been doing very good work for the last 30-40 years that I've seen in my legal practice? Whether the chairperson is complicit, not complicit, she will have to say what her own defense is. That's something different. I don't know what she has to say. But just to have a smear campaign, you can have it against SEBI, you can have it against RBI, you can have it against IRDA, you can have it against the finance ministry. I don't think it is fair to just do that, let loose a volley of questions, and then the whole system kind of shakes up. I don't think it is appropriate.
Right, we also have Elon Musk on the other side of a very short break, an interview that Elon Musk had with Donald Trump. Of course, Donald Trump, that interview that was completely delayed by 40 minutes due to technical glitches. So the Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump's scheduled interview with Elon Musk on the billionaire entrepreneur's social media platform, we're talking about X, on Monday evening, which was to take place at 8 o'clock Eastern time, was delayed by 40 minutes due to several users having difficulty in accessing the live stream. Donald Trump recalled the moment. Of course, also he spoke about many things as far as that interview is concerned. But first, let's talk about what really caused that outage and that delay, because there were many people who were trying to tune in and they were having many difficulties, and that sparked off a meme frenzy online as far as people are concerned. Several users that were unable to log in, and the explanation that was given by Elon Musk was that there appears to be a massive cyber attack on X working on shutting it down. Worst case, we will proceed with a smaller number of live listeners and post the conversation later on. So it was Donald Trump who recalled the moment where he was shot at during that rally in Pennsylvania last month and narrated the events that followed during that live conversation with the owner of X. Trump, who survived that assassination bid but was left with a bloodied ear, said he's more of a believer now. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear. He said this is, while he was speaking on that platform, to millions of listeners who had joined in to listen to the 78-year-old former president who's running for office. The site showed that the page was not available shortly after that scheduled time. So there were a lot of glitches there, a lot of meme fest that took place. And of course, he also spoke of his arch rival, that's Vice President Kamala Harris, who's in the running for office. He spoke about her as well. Let's just listen into what he had to say.
We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say. I mean, he's clearly like, we just don't have a president right
You
now.
don't
That's
have a
just obviously
president,
the
and
case.
she's going to be worse than him because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states now you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our country is becoming a very dangerous place. And she is a radical left San Francisco liberal. And now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump.
And to get more on this interview, we have my colleague Disha Bakshi joining us. Disha, thank you so much for being with us here this morning. Disha, talk us through of what really Donald Trump said during that interview, including he said that if Kamala Harris was, to become the president, that the United States will go out of business.
Right, Divya. So quite a long conversation between former President Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It actually lasted over 2 hours. And as you mentioned, it started off with a couple of hitches in terms of people unable to actually log in and watch this conversation and listen to this conversation. But ultimately, it did start after about 15 to 20 minutes of delay. And as usual, a lot of very hot topic issues were discussed in this. And some of the key issues that were discussed looks at immigration. Both Trump and Musk did criticize the Biden administration's handling of the border, U.S. Southern border, and spoke about how there needs to be a restriction on immigrants entering the U.S. But apart from that, of course, he also attacked U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris, calling her and her running mate Tim Walz far left and a danger to the US. And if she does end up coming to power, he said that US would run out of business and it would cause a lot of harm to the country's economy. So a lot of very interesting arguments made by Donald Trump. A lot of these will also have to be fact checked because as it is quite people are well aware that some of his arguments do need to be fact checked, as he does inflate some figures when it comes to criticizing the Biden administration. But apart from that, he also Musk and Trump did make a lot of interesting arguments regarding the economy and as well as the nuclear weapons. Trump said that nuclear warming, a term that he's kind of quoted, is much more of a greater harm than global warming. And apart from that, certain observers online are also claiming that Trump actually had a lisp during this conversation and was actually incoherent in certain parts of the conversation, which is interesting because this is something that previously Biden was criticized for, and Donald Trump had in fact criticized him for having a lisp in the first US presidential debate between Biden and Trump a couple of months back. So interesting conversation, a 2-hour long conversation between Trump and Musk. So quite a few interesting observations. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, Disha, for getting us all those details. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. We have breaking news coming in at the moment.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to the bail, which is Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who is out of jail. He has got a furlough for 21 days. So this is, in fact, the High Court had earlier in the month of January had raised questions over the repeated paroles granted to the rape convict who is supposed to be serving 20 years in jail. After that, the High Court had ordered the Haryana government to take its permission if he approaches for parole again. The Haryana High Court on Friday said that the Haryana government would be free to grant parole under the Haryana Good Conduct Prisoners Act 2022 to the Dera Sacha Sauda chief and rape and murder convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh. This decision effectively lifts a previous restriction imposed by the court earlier, which had barred the state from granting parole to Ram Rahim without court approval. Now, Ram Rahim, convicted of murder in 2017 and multiple murder cases thereafter, has faced criticism for the repeated grants of parole by the Haryana government. Records have reflected that he was released for over 90 days in 2022 and again in 2023. We have my colleague Gurpreet Singh Chinna joining us to get us more on this. Gurpreet, why is the Punjab and Haryana government, as far as the Punjab and Haryana High Court is concerned, lifted that ban after 7 months?
Well, at this point of time, first of all, when this Vidhan Sabha polls are going to be happen in the state of Haryana, we have seen a lot of questions are being raised over this relief which has been given to Gurmeet Ram Rahim at this point of time. We have seen again this matter has gone to Punjab and Haryana High Court, and High Court had sent back to Haryana government saying that it's the discretion of the Haryana government that they are supposed to take a call on this relief which has been moved, an application by Gurmeet Ram Rahim to get relief from the jail authorities. We have seen multiple questions are being raised over the Haryana government, and multiple times this type of a question had been asked to the Haryana government, and they say is the prerogative of the commissioner of that area, specifically where this scenario jail falls under the commissioner. He is going to take a call. It seems that again that they had given a relief after going all these details, and earlier we have also seen that there was a one letter which has been sent to the Punjab and Haryana High Court by the jail authorities saying that he was having good character. On the basis of that, this relief has been given. So, and we have seen the SGPC has already put a question mark, raising a lot of question over such relief which is being given to rapist Gurmeet Ram Rahim multiple times. They are saying how many inmates under these categories, those who have been booked and those who have been jailed on the charge of rape and murder, such type of relief had been given, but no answer has been come from Haryana government. So let's see that once again he is able to come out of jail at the point when Vidhan Sabha polls are going to be happen in the state of Haryana, and a lot of questions are being raised. So let's see that what type of plea the state government is going to give at this point of time, whether they are going to say that again he has followed all the rules, and why such type of relief is not being given by the Haryana government to other inmates. So let's wait for the government response, what the government is going to give answer on these questions which are being raised over such type of multiple relief which has been given by Haryana government to Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, when we talk about the kind of leniency that has been shown to this man who has been convicted of rape in 2017, multiple murder cases against him, he has faced criticism for repeated grants of parole by the Haryana government. Now take us through how many days when it comes to 2022 and 2023 was he granted bail, for how many days was he out of jail, and when it comes to this year there was a ban on that, right? And of course we've seen that change of guard, change of role when it comes to the stand that was taken earlier this year.
Well, if we can talk about which has been given to Gurmeet, we have seen multiple time for the 21 days such type of action has been asked by the authorities again and again, because they feel this relief is being given by the jail authorities, and so many times, so many applications have been moved, and so many times he were able to accept these application which has been moved by Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Earlier, we have seen this matter has been raised by the SGPC before the Honorable Punjab and Haryana High Court, saying why such type of relief had been given at the time of when there is the polls. We have seen earlier he has been sent out of jail when the panchayat poll were happening in the state of Haryana. At that time, he was conducting a multiple satsang, multiple programs also at a various location. At that time, a lot of questions were being raised. So, if we can talk about the Haryana government side and specifically from the jail authorities, multiple times we have seen they are saying this is his right and they cannot deny his right. But the question is, why he is the sole person who is able to enjoy his right, why the other inmates are not being given the same type of relief which Gurmeet Ram Rahim has been taken from the Haryana government. So that's why I'm telling you, let's wait from the government response this time, what type of plea they are going to give to the people, that what was the reason why this again this relief has been given to Gurmeet Ram Rahim.
Right, thank you so much. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. For now, we're switching tracks, and it is the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, IIT Madras, that has once again emerged as a top institution in India, securing the #1 position in the overall and engineering categories in the National Institutional Ranking Framework 2024. IIT Madras has maintained its top position in the overall category for the 6th year in a row, spanning from 2019 to 2024, while the institute has secured the #1 spot in the engineering category for the 9th consecutive year from 2016 to 2024. The IITs continue to dominate the rankings, with several making it to the top 10 overall. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us. Very good morning, Sam. Of course, when we take into account, when it's IIT Madras holding on to that top spot.
That's right. There is excitement at IIT Madras that they've been ranked #1, Divya, for the 6th consecutive time overall and 9th consecutive time under the engineering category. They look at this as yet another stamp of approval in terms of their quality of teaching, quality of research, and quality of outreach in terms of their programs outside India as well. And in terms of the #2 and #3 rankings overall, it's the Indian Institute of Bengaluru, #2, and the IIT Bombay, ranking #3. And under the engineering category, it's IIT Delhi, that's #2, and IIT Bombay, that is ranked #3. And in terms of the universities, it's the Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, #1, JNU, #2, and Jamia Millia, #3. In terms of innovation, IIT Bombay has taken the top slot, and IIT Madras comes #2, and IIT Hyderabad #3. Interestingly, in terms of the ranking for colleges, the Hindu College is ranked #1, and the Miranda House #2, St. Stephen's #3. Under the state public universities, Chennai-based Anna University ranks #1, and Jadavpur #2, and Savitri Bai rank #3. Under management, it's the IIM Ahmedabad #1, IIM Bengaluru and Kozhikode rank #2 and 3. Lastly, in terms of the medical colleges, it's the AIMS that has ranked #1, and the Postgraduate Institute of Medical and Educational Research in Chandigarh #2, and CMC Vellore #3. And Tamil Nadu has quite good ranks. Of course, they have not come in terms of the top 3, but they have several colleges and universities coming in the top 20, including the Loyola College, PSG Krishnamal College, the Madras Christian College, and the Presidency College in Chennai, among others. And in a short while from now, we'll also be meeting the director of IIT Madras to get a sense of where they've been able to do exceedingly well and where they need to improve in terms of research. One common observation, Divya, many academicians and experts in this field say, is that all the top ranking, be it overall engineering or medicine, go to government-run institutions, largely under the central government, and some raise questions whether there is a kind of an inherent bias towards government-run institutions. But NI out of authorities say, no, it's all well documented, transparent procedure. It's on the basis of several criteria these rankings have been made. Divya.
Right. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you Vinesh Phogat. The verdict on her plea for the silver medal is coming up today. We'll get you all the details on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
So in the Kolkata doctor rape and murder case, the doctors continue to protest. There are chilling details that have now emerged of the autopsy report in which she was injured in her eyes, her belly, her private parts and many other areas of her body. And the doctors there demanding justice for the deceased and security for all the doctors and healthcare workers. And the centre withdraws the draft of the broadcasting service bill. This is in fact the I&B ministry that has withdrawn after feedback that they have received from the associations, holding consultations with stakeholders on that very bill. And former Attorney General on Hindenburg case, Mukul Rohatgi has dismissed all allegations, saying that the report cannot be taken seriously. Indian Olympic contingent to return today in Vinesh Phogat seen leaving the Paris Olympics. Vinesh, the verdict on Venesh's plea for that silver medal is likely to be out today.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest, and this is in regard to the Independence Day preparations. This is the preparations for the full dress rehearsal that's taking place today. There are traffic curbs that have been put as far as the roads of Delhi are concerned. So the Delhi Traffic Police have issued an advisory for commuters in view of that dress rehearsal that's taking place today ahead of the Independence Day on the 15th of August. So they have issued major road closures till about 10 o'clock in the morning. As far as Delhi is concerned, the police are issuing that advisory for alternate routes to be taken by commuters here in the national capital. So according to the advisory, several roads that have remained closed since about 4 o'clock in the morning till about 11 o'clock, and only labelled vehicles will be permitted on those particular routes that have been closed in regard for the preparation for the Independence Day dress rehearsal that's taking place this morning. The police have advised the general public and motorists to keep patience, as has also asked them to observe traffic rules and road discipline and follow the directions of the traffic personnel deployed at all those intersections. So the areas that are getting impacted include Netaji Subhash Marg from Delhi Gate and also from GPO. This is to SB Mukherjee Marg, from HC Asen Marg to Yamuna Bazar Chowk, Chandni Chowk Road from Fountain Chowk to Red Fort. There's also Nishad Raj Marg from Ring Road to Netaji Subhash Marg. Also areas such as Ring Road from Rajghat to ISBT and Outer Ring Road from ISBT to IP Flyover, all these areas are getting impacted till about 11 o'clock this morning. Switching tracks now, Indian Olympians are on their way to return. Now this is in regard to that hockey team that's on that flight back home, as is Aman Sherawat. What is also taking place today is Vinesh Phogat's plea as far as that silver medal is concerned. So the verdict is expected today. So the Indian Olympics are returning back to India. They're expected to reach at about 10 o'clock this morning. They should be at the international airport in Delhi. It is Vinesh Phogat who was seen leaving the Paris Olympic village. Vinesh appealed for that silver medal arbitration in the arbitration court, the CAS for sports, and that verdict is expected to be out today. Switching tracks now to Bangladesh, and Foreign Affairs Advisor Mohammad Hussain on Monday said that Sheikh Hasina's extended stay in Delhi will not negatively impact the bilateral relations between the two nations, whether it's Bangladesh and India. The bilateral relations is a big thing. It's built on mutual interest. He said when asked by a journalist if Sheikh Hasina's prolonged stay in India might affect the relationship between the two neighbouring countries. Hasina's stay in India won't impact relations with India, is what was being said by Foreign Affairs Advisor to Bangladesh's government. Why will the relationship with a country be affected if someone stays in that country? There's no reason for that, is what was being said. And breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to press bodies, including the Press Club of India, expressed concerns over a report of attacks on journalists, print, online and television media outlets and the press clubs in Dhaka and also in Chattogram, where the press bodies urged the interim government in Bangladesh, headed by Mohammad Yunus, to take effective measures to protect journalists and media workers. And there's news coming in as far as the JKK Terror Network has been busted. These are cops that have arrested 9 suspects who have allegedly harbored Pakistan terrorists, and those terror suspects have been arrested ahead of Independence Day. So do remember, security had been beefed up, and it is a network, a terror network, that has been busted, with the cops there arresting 9 suspects. So that's a breaking news coming in as far as this was in regard to this is just ahead of the Independence Day. There is news coming in of these anti-terror operations that have taken place. We have Nazir joining us. Nazir, what details do you have for us? 9 people in all have been arrested.
Yeah, well, it's part of a crackdown on terror suspects who may have helped the militants to with food, shelter, and guided them into the forest. These are all foreign militants and who have carried out series of attacks in Jammu region. Now, Kolkata Police in Jammu, they have arrested 9 suspects who, according to them, have provided shelter and concealed that information from the police. One of the kingpin is identified as Muhammad Latif, a resident of Kutwa, for a village in Kutwa. But so far, it has not helped the security force to somehow get closer to those attackers who have actually were well entrenched in Kutwa and Doda and Udhampur forests and have carried out series of attacks. Even the police have said that militants force civilians to give them food and shelter. And in fact, there are reports around 50 people were investigated by the police, but most of them had actually reported to police about militant activities, but these people, 9 people, did not report to police after they provided shelter and food. Recently, also 2 people were arrested in Kutwa district as well for providing food and shelter to militants. So it is part of a major crackdown on overground militant work structure or anybody who provides them shelter. And all of these 9 suspects have been booked under Enemy Agents Act, which is a very, very stringent, law. These people have been booked under Enemies Agents Act, so they can face life term if proved they are involved in this providing shelter. But so far, it appears to be a major crackdown on anyone who have got any information, who have helped militants, but did not inform police in time, which could have helped them to track down attackers.
Right, Nazir, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And just switching tracks now to get you more information. Let's just get you the latest that's coming in regard to this is news, international news that's coming in regard to Israel and Hamas that are set to come to the negotiating table in the next 3 days to broker a ceasefire deal. So this is breaking news. Literally, when we talk about this is the latest that's coming in as far as international news is concerned, and this is just ahead of that right now. 5 Western countries have called on Iran and its allies to refrain from participating from anticipated attacks as far as Israel in retaliation for the recent killings of senior members of Hamas and Hezbollah are concerned. The leaders of the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany and Italy have issued that joint statement expressing their support for ongoing efforts to de-escalate tensions in the Middle East. My colleague Ghazali has the details.
On one side, they're talking about de-escalation, but they're also supporting Israel's war in Gaza against Hamas. And every time, the report also mentioned that every time it appeared that perhaps a ceasefire talk or negotiations are on the table, and both the parties, with the help of mediators like Qatar, Egypt, or even Turkey, will agree for a ceasefire talk or will sit for a negotiation, Israel carries out a brutal attack with maximum casualty, and then the talks derail. Now, another big challenge right now is, though the Western countries are concerned about 2 things. One, Iran is also preparing for an attack or retaliatory attack on Israel, and they're concerned that perhaps if Iran attacks within the next few days, it will derail the ceasefire talks. And that is why they're expecting that before Iran launches its attack, the ceasefire talks should start. That's why 15th of August is the date when most of the Western nations have called Israel as well as the representative of Hamas to hold the negotiations in either Cairo or in Doha, in either Egypt or in Qatar. But right now, the situation is that whenever there are talks about ceasefire, just a couple of days ago, Israel carried out a big attack with maximum casualty, more than 100 people at least getting killed in Gaza. So these are the talks, that is when the talks derail. And also, US particularly keeps saying that we are going to support Israel in its war against terrorism or its war against Hamas, and they're also moving their military assets in the Middle East. So at a time when it appears now that perhaps ceasefire is the demand of every stakeholder in this conflict, US and Israel continue to push for more security, to intensify the attack against Hamas, and that is why it doesn't look very likely whether these ceasefire talks will also lead to any kind of peace in the region, because now Ismail Haniyeh, the Hamas political bureau chief or the political chief, was killed earlier this month in Iran, and now Yahya Sinwar, who appears to be much more, you can say, not as moderate as was being projected like Ismail Haniyeh. Yahya Sinwar will also be, he is now the representative of Hamas, and he is also one of the main targets like which Israel has been hunting on since October 7. He is said to be, reported to be the main mastermind behind October 7 attack. So he is now going to represent Hamas for the negotiation talk. So you'll have to see that how, despite the pressure from the Western countries, whether Hamas or even Israel agrees for a ceasefire talk or not. August 15 is the day when everybody is waiting that ceasefire talks will happen. But it all depends that how Israel reacts to it, because the last time when we spoke about, or when the reports emerged that there will be ceasefire talks, Israel carried out an attack in Gaza. Similar attacks are also happening in West Bank. So situation is on the boil. US is moving its military assets in the Middle East, considering that Iran is also waiting to attack on Israel, a retaliatory attack over the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh. So situation is certainly on the boil. It's confusing as well. But all the mediators like Egypt, like Turkey and other Middle Eastern nations are also playing the role of mediator. We'll have to see whether all these mediation helps and de-escalate the situation in the Middle East.
Right. Thank you so much, Kasali, for getting us all those details. Now, as part of the Samarth by Hyundai initiative, in partnership with NDTV, we bring to you the stories of people who prove that disabilities do not define what they can or cannot do. Dr. Jitinder Agarwal, a visionary leader empowering people with disabilities, is one such story. Take a look.
I used to be practicing dentist. In 2004, I lost my vision due to iridomacular degeneration. It was like drooping in the darkness for me. When I struggled for my livelihood, I realized challenge faced by people with disability in India. Then 2008, we started Sarthak. पहला प्रोग्राम हमारा अर्ली इंटरवेंशन का होता है ताकि उनकी डिसेबिलिटी को मिनिमाइज किया जाए। सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस फॉर स्किल है जिसमें करीब हम 10 सेक्टर्स की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं इन बच्चों को और उसके जॉब रोल्स करीब 25 हैं। सार्थक का एक विजन है कि विश्व में जितने दिव्यांग लोग हैं वो डिग्निटी और इंटीग्रिटी के साथ जिए। मैं समर्थ हूँ।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Batra. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including doctors across various hospitals are on an indefinite strike. They're demanding justice for the deceased. We'll get you all the details. But first, the headlines. Kolkata doctor rape and murder case. The autopsy has revealed chilling details suggesting that the woman was assaulted, raped and smothered. She was first strangulated and then smothered to death. A petition has been filed at the High Court seeking a CBI probe and the doctors there continue to protest, demanding justice for the deceased and security for healthcare workers. Gurmeet Ram Rahim out of jail once again. It's Gurmeet Ram Rahim who has get furlough for 21 days, furlough ahead of the Haryana elections. Former Attorney General on Hindenburg case, Mukul Rohatgi dismisses all allegations, says Hindenburg has no credibility at all and says the report cannot be taken seriously. Indian Olympic contingent to return to India today, and it is Manish Phogat who was seen leaving the Paris Olympics village. Do remember, the verdict on Manish Phogat's plea for the silver medal is coming up today. Elon Musk has interviewed Donald Trump. So Donald Trump appears on the platform X after an entire year. He makes his return with Trump speaking about his assassination bid, says it was a coup. He also speaks about speaks about Biden being the worst president. He also hits out at Kamala Harris, saying that the United States will be out of business if she came into power. Let's get your top story, and that's the details from the autopsy report of the 31-year-old postgraduate trainee who was working at the city's renowned state government-run medical college and hospital, sending a shiver down the spine with the details that have emerged, and these details have now been shared with the family. The accused had hit her so hard that the glasses of her spectacles shattered, shards pierced her ears, pierced her eyes, both her eyes were injured. The trainee doctor was raped and murdered inside that seminar hall in the institution, and her body was found on Friday morning. Sanjoy Roy, a civic volunteer working with the Kolkata Police, has been arrested for the crime. The post-mortem report, which has been handed over to the family of the trainee doctor by the Kolkata Police, revealed that she had suffered several injuries. Cuts were found on her face. There were injury marks from her eyes to her mouth, also to her private parts. She had injury marks on her belly, her left leg, her neck, her right hand, her right finger and her lips. It appears that she was first strangulated and then smothered to death. Petitions have now been filed at the High Court seeking a CBI probe.
एक डॉक्टर अगर अपने हॉस्पिटल में भी सेफ़ नहीं है तो कहाँ पे सेफ़ होगा। वेस्ट बंगाल में जो मैं कई सालों से कहती आ रही हूँ कि महिलाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, एक और ऐसी दुखद घटना ये प्रूव करती है कि महिलाओं के लिए बहुत ही असुरक्षित है प्रदेश है ये। वैसे ही पुलिस जैसे अन्य केसेस में देरी करती रहती है वेस्ट बंगाल में, वैसे ही यहाँ पे भी देरी की गई। मैं जब गई थी पहले भी वेस्ट बंगाल में 2-3 बार मैंने ये कहा कि वहाँ पर प्रेसिडेंट रूल लगना चाहिए।
रेखा शर्मा, आप इसके पूर्व राष्ट्रीय महिला कमीशन के सभानेत्री रह चुके हैं और आप तो नारी सुरक्षा के बारे ना ही बोले तो अच्छा है, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा अगर आपने पक्षपात किया है नारी के प्रति, हमने देखा कि नारी अपराध जब बीजेपी शासित राज्य में होता था तब आप उसको नजरअंदाज करते थे, लेकिन जब वो बीजेपी के विरोध जो पार्टी है वहां के शासित राज्य या सरकारों में होता था तब उसके प्रति आपकी नजर ज्यादा जाती थी।
Right, we have Anuj joining us from the JJ Hospital in Mumbai. We also have Prabhakar joining us from the AIMS Hospital in Patna. Prabhakar, over to you first. Take us to the demands that are being made by the doctors there.
See, the demands are very obvious. The demands are strictest possible action against the perpetrators of the crime, against the doctor, the Calcutta doctor, the unfortunate incident which has happened, the gruesome incident which has happened, and also safety at their workplace. If I could just show you around, this is the OPD of AIMS Patna. This is one of the most premier institutes of Bihar, and you can see the junior doctors over there. You can read out the banner there saying that the Resident Doctors Association AIMS Patna. They are demanding immediate CBI inquiry. They are also demanding the implementation of Central Protection Act and adequate compensation to the victim's family, and also the safe workplace is what they have been demanding. You tell me, What triggers this strike today? I can see many attendants, actually, the patients, they're waiting for their turn and they have been told that the OPD doesn't function today.
Yes, we feel sympathy and empathy towards the patient, but it is very important that the entire nation comes together and feel the empathy and sympathy towards the doctors. Today we stand in solidarity with our third-year colleague in chest medicine who was brutally murdered and possibly raped at RGKR Medical College Hospital in Kolkata. And today we stand in solidarity with all the doctors and all the residents across the country who are standing together in protest and voicing for the basic rights, the rights of a Central Protection Act, the right to hang the criminals, the right for workplace safety.
Workplace safety is what we are talking about. Ma'am, you work in a very premier institute, you must be aware. Do you feel safe working out here, or like is still a threat situation when you deal with the patients or their relatives?
Sir, I am from emergency medicine. I deal with all sorts of patients. I feel threatened every moment. I feel threatened every night duty. I am literally scared to go to work from the moment I heard the incident. I am scared to do my night duties. So I can never feel safe again.
Safety at the workplace has been a very long pending demand, especially for doctors, because you deal in a situation which is the patients, they actually come in a stress, and the way they deal with the doctors is very, very, very disturbing. Do you think it's a concern out here as well?
Obviously, everywhere it's a concern. Like in each and every workplace, we should feel safe at least first, and then we'll look about, can we give good care to the patients?
So, and talking about the Kolkata incident, what are the demands out there of the doctors?
Demands are simple, as we have told, that the strict punishment should be given to the criminal, the one who was responsible for the rape and murder of our colleague, plus Central Protection Act, which is still due. That we want that act, and we want the government, central government, state government, to ensure the safety of our residents who are working here continuously, especially the female residents, so that they can work. We are working tirelessly, so we can give our 100%. If we are not safe, how can we give our 100%?
So safety at the workplace is what they have been demanding. If I could just show you, give you an overview of the protest which is happening against Patna. Remember, doctors of Patna Medical College Hospital, Nalanda Medical College Hospital, IGIMS, they're all on strike today. The resident doctors, the junior doctors, and you can hear the slogan raising by the doctors out here. Their basic demand is the safety at the workplace, and also strictest possible punishment against those who are accused in the horrific Kolkata incident.
Right, Prabhakar. We also have Anuj joining us. Anuj, an indefinite strike is what doctors have planned across various cities in the country. Which are the services that have been impacted? And take us through their demands.
Yes, indefinite strikes by the Maharashtra Association for Residential Doctors, that is MARD, BMC unit of MARD, have also been called here in Mumbai in all the major hospitals. Now, just to take through the time of these protests, just so that it helps the viewers if they are planning to come here. So the protests here at the JJ Hospital are expected to begin in the next 15 minutes, that is, say, about 9:30. The protests at the Nair Hospital are expected to begin at around 9:30 to 10 o'clock, and the KEM Hospital and the Sign Hospital will have a united protest which will start at around 11:30 to 12. Of course, these timings remain flexible, and they are expected to start either 15 minutes early or 15 minutes late. Now, an important question, two important pointers to understand here is that we got a sense that in all these major hospitals, the number of the residential doctors is close to 1,000 to 1,500. An average can be 1,000. And 1,000 doctors going on a strike, even if it is for non-emergency services as well, will pose a challenge in front of the authorities. We're seeing that certain number of patients will be affected because of it, and although the doctors and the hospitals are time and again reiterating that the patients' needs will be looked after, but that cannot be completely guaranteed. We got to know that patients have been told to visit different hospitals rather than the medical college or residential hospitals, so that the chances of them getting their appointments done are way better. Also, another thing is that, see, in Mumbai there are 4 to 5 major hospitals, and people from across the state of Maharashtra, be it Gujarat, be it the state, northern Karnataka or the close by areas, a lot of people prefer to come to Mumbai when it comes to premium health checkups, and most of these appointments are booked in advance, say in 1 or 15 days advance, 15 days to 1 month of advance. And many of these things are expected to kind of take a hit because of the protests that will take place. Although, what is the magnitude of the impact as far as the impact on the as the general people is concerned, will only be known tomorrow, will only be known by the end of the day when the protests start. But as of now, the protests are expected to start in the next 15 to 20 minutes here in Mumbai with very basic details about the installation of CCTV cameras, increasing the number of security personnel, accepting the demands of RGKR Hospital in Kolkata, and strengthening the legislature regarding the safety at the workplace for the health professionals here in India.
Right, Anuj, so the demands, of course, includes, an investigation, a thorough investigation, which should be time-bound. They're, setting up a deadline as well when it comes to the investigation into the matter and punishment to the culprits.
Yes, indeed. One of the major demands here is the transparency in the investigation. Of course, the Kolkata case is the trigger for this entire event and for all of these protests, not just across the country, but specifically in Mumbai as well. And they are taking this opportunity to highlight several other instances of attacks on doctors. They consider being a doctor to be an extremely vulnerable profession, where a lot of times the patients react rather emotionally, and the safety of the doctors is compromised regardless of their genders. So they want a special legislation here in this case so that a doctor feels safe while going to the work. And secondly, they are also pushing for much more transparent investigation, that too at the central level. Talking specifically about the Kolkata issue, they want the Central Investigative Agency to take over the case and kind of get the result as soon as possible, just so that a precedent is set, just so that an example is set in front of the rest of the country when it comes to attacks or any sort of assaults on doctors across this place.
Right. We also have Saurabh Gupta joining us to get us more on this. Saurabh, the demand that's being made by the doctors across the country includes a mandated security protocol for all healthcare workers.
Yes, that's something that doctors have been demanding, especially in the wake of the incident at RGKR Medical College and Hospital, because this was a young doctor who was working at the hospital, was late at night. Of course, they all were there at the hospital, and she should have been secure in the hospital. There was no reason for her to be insecure and face something like this in the hospital. It's a heinous crime, and therefore, this is something that obviously students, doctors, medical students, nurses are all raising. But the larger question is public healthcare, and how do the police monitor access to public hospitals? If you know public hospitals in India, they're very crowded, there are patients milling around all the time, family members of patients who are there to provide care also there at the hospital premises. It is very, very crowded, and it's impossible for the police to actually monitor everyone who's going in and out. And of course, they have these cards and systems, but often with one patient, especially from rural areas, there are 3, 4, 5, 6 people who come to assist. And therefore, this is something that, is a problem of, crowd management at public hospitals. Now, what is the state government doing? Well, they say that they will identify the Belgachia tram depot, which is nearby, as an additional venue or additional facility for RGKR Hospital, and perhaps hand over that land also to RGKR to manage crowds. But this is not only about RGKR or about Kolkata. This is the story across India. Public health infrastructure is simply not keeping up with our population growth. There's too much pressure on the doctors, there's too much pressure on the systems, there's too much pressure on the staff and paramedics and hospital management authorities. So it of course needs to be a more holistic approach, which is what many are demanding, that you need to look at public health as a whole and then see how within that crowded, overpopulated, overworked system, you can also ensure security of doctors who are a very integral part of that system, who form the backbone of that system.
Right, Saurabh, we also have Tanish joining us. Tanish, according to the Resident Doctors Association, during this indefinite strike, all outpatient departments, operation theatres and ward duties will be shut, but emergency services, those will continue. Tanish.
Yes, of course, emergency services will continue, but I'm right now inside the OPD center of KGMU. It's one of the most prominent medical colleges, and you can see the students actually gathered at the gate of the college at around 9 a.m. and then have come here at the OPD. The residents have come here at the OPD center of KGMU to get the services halted. From today onwards, the OPD services will be halted indefinitely until their demands are met. So this is the OPD of KGMU, King's George Medical University in Lucknow. You can see over there, those are the resident doctor over there who've come here to get the OPD services stopped. Of course, there are queues here for people here who've come for the OPD services, but now the OPD services, the non-essential, so basically all the non-essential services will be stopped across all departments here in Lucknow. You can of course see over there people, of course, locally there campaigning there, asking for justice. You know, their main demands of course include.
Right, of course, as you can see, doctors and healthcare workers, they're slamming the brakes on elective services till a probe into the rape and murder case is completed. So this is visuals on your screen of that indefinite strike, whether it's AIIMS in Patna or it's the JJ hospital in Mumbai, along with many other hospitals here in the national capital as well. There are 10 government hospitals, that have become that indefinite strike. So when we talk about the national capital, it includes the Maulana Azad Medical College, the RML Hospital, the Lady Medical College, as well as the VMMC and the Safdarjung Hospital included, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Hospital, as well as Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Medical College, the National Institute of TB and Respiratory Disease Hospital, amongst others. So we have Prabhakar joining us from AIIMS in Patna. Take us through, doctors from hospitals, whether it's here in Delhi, whether it's in Mumbai where Anuj is. We've, spoken to Saurabh from Kolkata, Tanishq from Lucknow. We saw visuals, from inside the OPD where, there are demands that are being made justifiably in order to ask for a very transparent probe, but they're also, very categorically asking for a very time-bound investigation that needs to be completed in the case.
सरकार को हिलाना बहुत ज़रूरी है ताकि ये जो बार-बार हम लोग मांग करते हैं जब भी कोई मरीज के घर वाले या मरीज हमला करता है डॉक्टर्स पर मारपीट करते हैं तो इन सब का एक ही उपाय है।
Prabhakar, if you could hear me, take us through the demands that are being made by doctors and healthcare workers. Of course, safety, security, justice for the disease. But more than all of this, they're asking, they're putting a deadline. They're saying that it needs to be time sensitive. They can't drag their feet as far as this case is concerned. The probe needs to be completed and the culprits need to be punished.
Yeah, precisely. And this time they are going to hold on to the ground and do whatever it takes actually till their demands are met. If I could just show you visually first, and then I have doctors joining me who will be talking about it, about the demands. You can see the junior doctors, the resident doctors, they're out here, and interestingly, they're getting support from their faculty members as well. So this is one cause which actually unites everybody, and it's a very genuine cause, I would say. Just to sum this up, what are the demands basically?
Our demand is like Central Protection Act, ठीक है, working environment peacefully हो, जहाँ हम safe feel करें, काम करने के लिए, हमें ड्यूटी आने के समय में हमें डर ना लगे करने के लिए। उसके बाद फिर कि कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हम वार्ड में होते हैं, नाइट ड्यूटीज़ में होते हैं, उसके बाद कई तरह के safety of the doctors workplace. Ma'am, as a female, do you actually feel unsafe while dealing with the patients or their relatives?
Sometimes actually yes, we feel quite unsafe. Sometimes I am in trauma department और बहुत बार ट्रॉमा में ऐसा होता है कि पेशेंट रिलेटिव्स काफ़ी एग्रेसिव हो जाते हैं टुवर्ड्स द हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल, समझने को तैयार नहीं होते कि उनका पेशेंट का क्या कंडीशन हो गया। लेकिन हाँ, उस समय बीइंग अ फीमेल थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा डर लगता है। नाइट ड्यूटीज़ में स्पेशली थोड़ा और ज़्यादा डर होता है। मॉर्निंग में काफ़ी सारे लोग होते हैं हमारे साथ, नाइट में मोस्टली ड्यूटीज़ में हम लोग थोड़े कम नंबर्स में होते हैं।
So especially the females at the workplace and the lady doctors, they feel unsafe when dealing with the patients, their relatives, and especially in a department like trauma, because that is where the patients come in a very bad state, and the relatives, their attendants are also in a very aggressive state. So this strike, you can see behind me, the striking doctors, this is to continue till their demands are met, as we have been told by these doctors.
Foolproof security is what is being demanded by doctors and healthcare workers. Of course, they have gone on to say that they're demanding an impartial probe into the matter, and they're also seeking, as far as this situation is concerned, this particular case, as that 31-year-old with, the details that have emerged of that autopsy report, the way she was injured from her mouth to her eyes to her legs to her hands, and her private parts and her belly included, where she suffered injury marks because of the accused. Do remember, one person has been taken into custody and justice is being demanded by the doctors. They demand a mandated security protocol as far as the healthcare workers are concerned. They're demanding an impartial, thorough investigation of the case and punishment to the culprits. So a fair, transparent and time-sensitive criminal investigation is what is being demanded. The doctors have urged the state governments to expedite the prosecution of the culprits in the case. So, what they're also demanding is that this is a case that needs to be probed, and, justice needs to be brought about in a time-bound fashion, and that they cannot drag their feet as far as this case is concerned. They're also demanding a CBI inquiry in the case, that the case be shifted to a CBI in regard to that 31-year-old who was strangulated and killed in that hospital, and she was on that night shift, a 31-year-old woman who died. We also have my colleague Shreya joining us from the RML hospital, which is on that indefinite strike, one of the 10 government hospitals which are on strike here in the national capital. Shreya, if you could speak to some of the doctors there and take us through what are the challenges that they face in this line that they're in, which has odd hours. They have to deal with patients and their families who could, with the emotions running high, especially given the fact when, the case could go any which way.
That's right. So right now I'm here at RML Hospital, and the doctors here have extended have halted the elective.
Right, Shreya joining us from the RML hospital here in the national capital. Do remember, there are 10 government hospitals which have joined that indefinite strike as far as the Delhi, the NCR region is concerned. We're talking about the Delhi NCR region. This includes the Maulana Azad Medical College, the RML hospital where my colleague Shreya is. It also includes the Safdarjung hospital. We're talking about the Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Medical College as well, and the National Institute of TB and Respiratory Diseases Hospital, amongst others. Now, what has really happened here is that doctors from hospitals, whether they are here in the national capital, whether they're from Mumbai, Kolkata, even Lucknow and other cities, including, of course, Kolkata, where they're demanding that they halt the elective services till a probe into the rape and murder case is completed. Notably, elective services are those that are non-urgent, non-medically necessary. So, until it's an emergency case, they are, slamming their brakes on all procedures as far as the hospitals are concerned, demanding, their demands are so justified. They are asking, all they are asking for is safety and security as far as the medical fraternity is concerned, as far as the medical healthcare workers are concerned. Switching tracks now to, this is Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who has again walked out of jail. He's got 21 days furlough. Do remember, Ram Rahim is a rape and murder convict, and he has got that furlough just ahead of the elections in Haryana. So the Dera Sacha Sauda chief, Baba Ram Rahim, walked out of Rohtak's jail after he was granted a 21-day furlough by the Haryana government. Earlier, the Punjab and Haryana High Court had quashed a petition and asked the state government to decide on granting relief to the Dera chief. After coming out of jail, Ram Rahim will stay in the ashram in Uttar Pradesh's Bhagpat, and this is, many questions are being raised in regard to the kind of bail that he has been granted over the last 2 years. So this is, many questioning the fact that he, do remember, it was the High Court that had in fact put in as far as this case is concerned. So it was the High Court in the month of January that had raised questions over repeated paroles granted to the rape convict who is supposed to be serving 20 years in jail. After that, the High Court had ordered the Haryana government to take its permission if it approaches for parole again. Now, the Punjab and Haryana High Court on Friday said that the Haryana government would be free to grant parole under the Haryana Good Conduct Prisoners Act to the Dera Sacha Sauda chief and the rape and murder convict. This decision effectively lifts that previous restriction imposed by the court earlier this year. Right. So we have my colleague Gurmeet joining us to get us more on this. Gurmeet, what really, changed that, rule that was put into place, that ban that was put into place just 7 months ago? Now we see a complete change of that stand, and of course we see him walk out of jail yet again.
Well, yes, at the time when Vidhan Sabha elections are going to be happen in the state of Haryana, such type of relief to Gurmeet Ram Rahim has already put a lot of question mark over the state government. We have seen this time they had approached the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and finally High Court had asked the Haryana government to take a decision on this petition and the application which has been moved for getting the furlough and parole from the jail authority. We have seen this is the multiple time he is getting relief, and it's a 10th time he is going to get relief, and he is out of this scenario jail. We have seen earlier also SGPC, Shiromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee members, they have raised a question. They approached the Punjab and Haryana High Court, putting a question mark why such type of relief is being given to Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who has been charged for murder and rape, and he has been jailed for such a heinous crime. We have seen earlier, we had seen one report which has been given by the jail superintendent, and in that he has mentioned that he is enjoying the good character, and on that basis such type of relief has been given. Multiple time we have asked this question to the jail minister also, and the jail minister say it's the discretion of the commissioner of that area where this jail falls, and he is the final authority who is going to take a call on this thing, and he has a right and his right cannot be denied. But now the question is why the other inmates are not being given such type of relief by the jail authorities in Haryana, and how many such type of inmates who are being faced such type of serious charges, rape and murder, they have got this relief. So once again it has become one of the major controversy in the state of Haryana, because Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who is able to get relief before the Vidhan Sabha polls, and earlier also when there was a Panchayat poll and Jila Parishad poll in Haryana, that time he was able to even get relief from the jail authority, and he was out of jail at that time. A lot of questions were being raised at that time also, why such type of relief is being given to Gurmeet Ram Rahim multiple times. So let's see what the government is going to give plea at this point of time. But this relief which has been given to Gurmeet Ram Rahim has already sparked a political row in the state of Haryana. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, when we talk of a man who's been convicted of rape and murder, is supposed to be serving 20 years behind bars, but in the last 2 years, whether it's 2022 or even 2023, we've seen that he was out on bail, out of jail for at least 90 days each year.
Well, that is the question. Even when a lot of questions were being raised when he was able to get a relief from the jail authority, at that time the minister as well as the chief minister, the then chief minister M.L. Khattar, who was the chief minister in Haryana, he was saying it's the matter of right, and jail authority has gone into all the detail, and he has been following all rules and regulation. He's not violating any rules and regulation, and that's why this is his right. He can get this parole, and even other inmates are able to get parole. But if we can talk about Haryana government and a lot of questions which are being raised by the SGPC also, saying that such type of relief why is not being given to other inmates who are falling under the same category. So let's see, as I already told you, let's see what the Haryana government is going to give plea on this issue. Back to studio.
Right, thank you so much, Gurpreet. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. Well, let's get you more news coming in, and this is in regard to the terror network that has been busted in Jammu and Kashmir, and about 9 suspects have been arrested by the police. So this is in regard to the police that have arrested those 9 suspected terrorists ahead of Independence Day. My colleague Nazir joining us to get us more on this. Nazir, what details do you have for us? These are the people, 8 of them who helped those terror activities that have been reported in the recent times, and one of them happened to be the kingpin behind the whole show.
Well, these are essentially the people, locals, who are accused of helping militants to carry out their activities or to give them food, shelter, or guiding them into the forests. And those militants, Pakistanis, are involved in series of attacks in Jammu region. 9 people, including the kingpin, Muhammad Hanif, have been arrested by Jammu and Kashmir police. They have been booked under Enemies Agents Act, very, very stringent law. Police had already threatened that anyone who is found involved in helping any terrorist will be dealt with strictly, and their police will invoke Enemies Agents Act and book these people so that they suffer and they remain in jail for whole life. But the larger question is it helping police to reach to those who these terrorists, these militants who are heavily armed, who are trained in jungle warfare? Is it helping them to track them down? So far, nothing such has happened. For example, after attack on Yatri bus in June 9, a suspect who has provided shelter to those terrorists was arrested. He was allegedly given 6,000 rupees. But so far, all those attackers have not been tracked down. That remains the biggest challenge. And police, if you talk to police, they would tell you they know only this much, that they have given them shelter, food. Beyond that, they have no information. That is a puzzle. That is a real challenge for the police authorities, security forces. Even if they track them, even if they arrest number of people who may have provided food and shelter because of the variety of reason, maybe fear or any other thing, but is it actually helping them to track down attackers, know their hideouts, and to carry out attack on them? According to police sources, 50 people were verified, but most of them have actually given information or to police that militants were operating in this area. But these 9 people have reportedly not given any information report to police about militant activities in this area.
Right, Nazir, of course, Pakistani terrorists that were helped by these people with shelter, food, and acted as their guides in forests of Kathua and Udhampur districts. According to the police, they have accused, they did inform the police after they came into contact with the terrorists. The kingpin of the underground terror module, like you mentioned, he is Mohammed Latif, who has also been taken into custody. Thank you so much, Nasir, for getting us those details. Now, former Attorney General Mukul Rohatgi has brushed off the latest allegations of the US-based short seller Hindenburg Research, saying as an entity, it has no credibility at all. Mr. Rohatgi exposed Hindenburg further in an exclusive interview with my colleague Arya Shakil. Listen in.
Mr. Rohatgi, thank you for speaking to NDTV. Of course, the latest revelations which have come from Hindenburg raises several questions on the functioning of SEBI, the regulatory body which is supposed to ensure transparency and overall checks and balances. Do you think it is very, very concerning, and are you of the opinion that there is a need for further investigation?
So, Maria, let me start by saying that keeping in view the track record of Hindenburg, I do not think it's a cause for any concern, much less serious concern, and much less requiring a probe by a body no less than the JPC. And I'm saying so for the simple reason that Hindenburg, the earlier report we have seen, the idea was to destabilize the stock market. By that destabilization, people lose a lot of money. Some people make a lot of money by short selling, and that's the avowed object of Hindenburg. This is what they did last time. Investigation was done. The matter went to the Supreme Court. Nothing was found credible in that report. So keeping that track record, and I find that they have again targeted the same conglomerate, namely Adani. This is another target, another attack at the same target. The only twist seems to be to somehow rope in the SEBI chief so as to say that the whole regulator or the whole regulatory system is now biased or tainted. I cannot speak for the SEBI chairperson. She will have to say whatever she has to say. But as far as I am concerned, logically speaking, keeping in view the track record, I do not think that there is any cause to have any such probe. Now, see, politically, the issue is different. I am not, answering on a political level. Politically, people want a hot potato from here or there to fling it at one party or the other. That is not within my scope of my submissions. So I personally feel that nothing should be done in this case unless some very credible, startling information comes out. And let me tell you one thing, Mare. This kind of destabilization ultimately affects the small investor. It's not that Mr. Adani will lose. Adani's companies a lot of them are public listed. It is the small investor whose wealth is going to crumble by these kind of instabilities. Even if America sneezes, it affects our market. Therefore, it's very, very unsettling to have this kind of an attack on a regular, yearly basis, if I may say so.
Okay, Mr. Rohgi, the larger question is also of the conflict of interest. The point that has been made or favoritism of SEBI in handling of cases related to this particular conglomerate. How do you react to the allegation that SEBI failed to act promptly or effectively in addressing concerns raised by the previous Hindenburg report?
Please see this fact that the matter ultimately went to the Supreme Court. So it's not as if somebody was sleeping, and even if somebody was sleeping or going slow, it would be jolted by the Supreme Court. There's nothing which would be swept under the carpet. If that is so, then where is the cause for saying that SEBI, which has otherwise been doing very good work for the last 30, 40 years that I've seen in my legal practice. Whether the chairperson is complicit, not complicit, she will have to say what her own defense is. That's something different. I don't know what she has to say. But just to have a smear campaign, you can have it against SEBI, you can have it against RBI, you can have it against IRDA, you can have it against the finance ministry. I don't think it is fair to just do that, let loose a volley of questions, and then the whole system kind of shakes up. I don't think it is appropriate.
And with that, we're slipping away a short break. On the other side, we'll get you the Indian contingent, which is expected to land back here in India from Paris. To remember, the Prime Minister will be meeting the 117 athletes who went to Paris for the Olympics on the 15th of August. We'll get you all the details on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Welcome back. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting on Monday has written the latest draft of the Broadcasting Services Bill. This move comes after widespread consultation by the ministry and especially after a lot of backlash. The bill, remember, is aimed to replace the Television Network Act of 1995. As per reports, the ministry has instructed all stakeholders to return the physical copies that they received between the 24th and the 25th of July. According to the ministry, additional time will be given to solicit comments and suggestions till the 15th of October on the Broadcasting Services Regulation Bill. And of course, this is a draft that's also, drawn criticism from the opposition, whether it's Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who's accused the government of trying to gag digital media, social media and OTT platforms and those who write and speak in a private capacity by bringing in the bill. So there, there's been a lot of criticism as far as this bill is concerned, and amid that criticism, the centre to prepare a fresh draft of the broadcasting bill. The government, on the other hand, has maintained that the bill is still at the drafting stage and consultation with stakeholders is currently underway. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has gone on to say that additional time has been given to all stakeholders till about the middle of October. The ministry is holding a series of consultation as well as stakeholders. They're speaking with them on the draft bill. A fresh draft will be published after detailed consultations is what the ministry has said, and they have posted that message on the social media platform X. So the government, they're saying that it will hold further meetings, further consultations and only then publish a new draft as far as the Broadcasting Service Regulation Bill is concerned after certain provisions are being made of the previous draft that raised concerns among online content creators as it sought to club with them OTT or digital news broadcasters, bringing them under the ambit of the ministry's content and advertisement code. In other news, the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Madras, has once again emerged as the top institution in the country, securing the #1 position in the overall and also the engineering categories in the National Institutional Ranking Framework. IIT Madras has maintained its top position now for the 6th consecutive year, spanning from 2019 to 2024, while the institute has secured the #1 spot in the as far as the engineering category is concerned for the 9th consecutive year from 2016 all the way to this year, 2024. And the IITs continue to dominate the rankings, with several making it into that top 10 list. Following IIT Madras, the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, secured the 2nd position, while IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi and IIT Kanpur took the 3rd, 4th and 5th spots. Respectively, it was IIT Kharagpur that ranked 6th and its AIIMS Delhi that came in 7th, and IIT Roorkee and IIT Guwahati were placed 8th and 9th, while as JNU, the Jawaharlal Nehru University, that secured the 10th spot. So there we have the 10 rankings as far as India's top institutions are concerned. And of course, it is IIT Madras that continues to make it to that top spot for the 6th consecutive year. But when we talk about the engineering department, as far as the engineering category is concerned, the National Institute Ranking Framework, this time around, when we talk about that, it is Madras, IIT Madras, that has secured the top spot in the engineering category for the 9th consecutive year, starting all the way back from 2016, going all the way down to this very year. So consecutively, it has been winning that spot, but also as far as the top college is concerned, it's maintained that top position in the overall category, and that's been the case since 2019 all the way till this year. So it is IIT Madras holding its ground there, holding its spot as far as the top college is concerned, and this is the NIRF rankings that came out, and of course JNU also making it to that list. As far as JNU is concerned, that's last on that top 10 list, but IIT Madras has maintained its top position for all these years and this year's rankings. As far as to get more on this, we have my colleague Sam joining us. Sam, take us through when it comes to the top position. IIT Madras, bagging that prestigious ranking time and again for the last 6 consecutive years.
That's right. For the 6th consecutive year, IIT Madras has been ranked #1 overall, and for the 9th time under the engineering category. And joining us now, Professor V. Kamakoti, the director here. Congratulations, Professor. Thank you very much. IIT Madras seems to be doing something right compared to other institutes. What's that?
So, careful analysis I've been telling you over the last few years. We are working as a cohesive unit. As you see, every ranking parameters involve all our stakeholders, starting from our faculty, our students, staff, our alumni, our industry partners, the governments, that's just Tamil Nadu state government, or some different ministries of the central government who are funding us.
So what would this mean for students?
The main for students is that today we are actually, at least out of the 5 parameters, which have many sub-parameters, around 80 plus, at least 60 plus parameters are indicative of students' overall wellness and development. Right? There are many things like how, starting from faculty-student ratio, how many people we are giving fellowship, how many online facilities we have, so many parameters. So that 60 plus parameters we have been improving. So that is something which directly translates to something which is going as a benefit to the students.
Lastly, many government-run institutions have topped in many categories. Yes. Is there a kind of an inherent bias towards that?
Government institution. So the main issue is that these parameters are now, we are probably the most transparent ranking system. All the data is basically put on the web, and people can also challenge if they are not satisfied. So this is also made available here. And over a period of time, we have also seen that many changes have come. Some things which are very, for example, this time there's a separate category for state-run public universities, because diversity as a concept, state-run universities admit only mostly from the respective states, while IITs and others, we have more diversity in that. So this is one parameter. Like that, there are a lot of other things. So I think we have given, NIRF has given a fair chance for everybody. And we are also seeing a lot of private universities now topping. Like for example, I still remember dental, I think Savita has topped like that.
Okay.
Right. So, of course, others on that list when we talk about the universities is there's Jawaharlal Nehru, like we mentioned, securing the 10th spot. Jamia Millia Islamia retained the 3rd rank in the university category for the 3rd consecutive year. Jamia Hamdard emerged as the best university for pharmacy, and IIM Ahmedabad is ranked as the best business school in India, with 2 IITs among the top 10 for management courses. And of course, AIIMS Delhi securing that top position for medical studies, while IIT Roorkee is ranked as the #1 college for architecture. And switching tracks now, Prime Minister Modi is set to meet India's Paris Olympics contingent. As far as Independence Day is concerned, the Prime Minister is expected to meet the contingent at around 1 o'clock after the Independence Day function. The Indian contingent of 117 athletes is expected to be present on the 15th of August for the function. Now, India's performance at the Paris Olympics has been marked by a mix of achievements and near misses. The Indian contingent finished their Paris Olympics with 6 medals to their name in what has been a tough watch for the fans. The Indian contingent returns with 5 bronze medals and 1 silver, falling just short of the best ever medal tally which came at the previous Olympics in Tokyo. Now, Indian wrestler Vinesh Fogart left the Paris Olympic Games village following the end of the closing ceremony for the 33rd edition of the Summer Games. The wrestler is expected to arrive in New Delhi, and also today is when the verdict of repeal as far as the Court of Arbitration for Sports is concerned, that verdict regarding her silver medal is concerned, that's expected to be announced. The much awaited verdict on her plea for that joint silver medal after disqualification at the Paris Olympics. So we're all eyes and all ears are waiting for that verdict to be out by the Court of Arbitration for Sports. So it is the Indian contingent making their way back to India. Of course, the hockey team is on a flight, and also on the other flight, we do know that Aman Sherawat is on his way back. So do remember there were 117 athletes participating in the Summer Games, and we have Ishika joining us from outside the international airport here in the national capital. Ishika, are we expecting Vinesh Fogart to arrive in Delhi today? We do know Aman Sherawat's on a flight, the hockey team's on a flight, and you know, given the fact that it is also the day when the verdict is expected to come out, so is Vinesh on her way back, or does she stay back in Paris?
Well, what we are gathering from our sources is that Vinesh Fogart is unlikely to return to India today, you know, especially because the hearing is scheduled for today. So only after the hearing is over, it is expected that Vinesh Fogart will be returning home. But let me tell you that on the other hand, and as you rightly mentioned, you know, the hockey team players, the Indian hockey team players, they are going to return to India. And in fact, you know, Aman Sherawat is also going to return, and we are just outside the airport, and we are all set here to give you the very first visuals of when in fact, you know, our medalists will be arriving here at the international airport in the national capital. Now let me tell you that the players of the hockey team who are expected to arrive today are in fact P.R. Srijesh, Amit Rohit Das, Abhishek, Sumit and Sanjay, and apart from that, in the another flight there is Aman Sherawat. Remember that he is one of the youngest medalists you know, who won the bronze in wrestling for us. Now we have also a few people also here who have gathered, you know, to welcome the athletes. I'll go across to them. In fact, हम आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि आप भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, आए हैं टीम को स्वागत करने के लिए, कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा, प्राउड फील हो रहा है कि इंडिया ने लगातार दूसरी बार फिर से ब्रॉन्ज मेडल लिया है और इसकी बहुत खुशी है। अभिषेक नैन हमारा भाई है सोनीपत से, हम उसके लिए चेयर करने आए हैं। हाँ जी।
So you can already see, you know, the supporters here are gathering, and of course, you know, with the garlands and everything, you can see all of you know, all of them continuously gathering here, waiting for our athletes to arrive here at the airport. हम आपसे भी पूछना चाहेंगे, आप भी यहाँ पर तिरंगा और माला लेके आए हैं यहाँ पे?
Yes, ma'am.
स्वागत करने के लिए बहुत ही एक्साइटमेंट।
Yes, ma'am. हाँ जी मैम।
आप यहाँ पे हॉकी टीम के साथ साथ अमन शेरावत भी आ रहे हैं, कैसा लग रहा है कि इंडिया ने इतने
मेडल लेके आएगा?
So certainly, you know, we are showing you the visuals here. Let me show you that we also have dhol nagaras here also at the airport. Just, you know, just for the time when the athletes come here, you'll see those dhol nagaras, you know, being beaten in full force. Right now, we are showing you the visuals here. But when our athletes, when our medalists reach here, we will be giving you the very first visuals here on NDTV. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, also, you know, it is the Prime Minister who's going to be meeting with 117 athletes that had gone to the Paris Olympics and are making their way back now. Of course, Vinesh Fogart not making her way back just yet because that crucial verdict comes out today. Do take us through what's the plan about meeting with the Prime Minister. We do know it's going to be coinciding with the Independence Day function. Just right after that is when the contingent is going to be meeting with the Prime Minister.
Well, yes, in fact, you know, as we know, the players are going to arrive today, and, you know, some already have arrived here in India and they've already met the Prime Minister. But the Prime Minister is all set to meet all these medalists, all these athletes, in fact, who are going to reach, you know, reach home today. They are going to meet the Prime Minister. Prime Minister is going to have, you know, a chit-chat, a candid session with all of these athletes, and certainly will try to boost their morale even more, because remember, this is also one of the best performances of India that we have seen here in the Paris Olympics. And in fact, you know, let me show you that here it is certainly, you can hear the whole nagara is only growing. So certainly,
we are expecting that in any moment now we can expect all of these medalists, all of these athletes, in fact, to come here, to reach here. Their flight is, in fact, going to land any minute now at the airport here. Over to you.
Ishika, of course, heroes welcome awaits, in fact, that hockey team and Aman Shirawat who are on that flight to get back. Of course, the Olympians there coming back to India. Of course, all eyes also waiting for Vinesh Fogart. As far as that verdict is concerned, we'll have to wait for that. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, my colleague Aditi will be here with the very latest.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a
landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and
you're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj, and let's take a look at the top stories that we are tracking this hour. Doctors continue to protest against the Kolkata rape and murder case. Autopsy reveals doctor was assaulted, raped and then smothered. Doctors demand a CBI probe. Gurmeet Ram Rahim walks out of jail once again. Rape and murder convict gets a 21-day furlough ahead of elections in Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. Indian Olympic contingent to return today. Vinesh Phogat seen leaving Paris Olympics village. Verdict on Vinesh's plea is also likely to come today. Vinesh Phogat seeks silver medal. Billionaire Elon Musk interviews Donald Trump on the social media platform X. Donald Trump speaks about the assassination bid, says it was a coup. Trump on Biden's US president race exit. And viewers, the top story here at NDTV is the Kolkata rape and murder case. Well, protesting doctors are asking police to now solve the case by Wednesday. And they are questioning why a 7-day deadline has been given to the police. They're also demanding an apology from the police, claiming that rumors are being spread about the investigations. And why are they angry and why are they demanding answers from the police and the West Bengal administration? The details from the autopsy report of the 31-year-old postgraduate trainee who was working at the city's renowned state government-run RG Kar Medical College and Hospital are spine-chilling. The accused had hit her so hard that the glasses of her spectacles shattered, shards pierced her eyes, and the trainee doctor was left bleeding. The trainee doctor was raped and murdered inside a seminar hall in the institution, and her body was found the next day. Sanjoy Roy, a civic volunteer, has been arrested who was working with the Kolkata Police, but the doctors refused this action. They want a CBI probe into the matter. Now, the Federation of Resident Doctors Association has announced a nationwide pause in elective services and hospitals. In a letter to Union Health Minister JP Nadda, the association described the Kolkata incident as perhaps the greatest travesty to have occurred in the history of resident doctors community. Several doctors are refusing to join back forces, demanding that there should be a security arrangement that should be made for them, as such incidents should not take place again. We also have some reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
एक डॉक्टर अगर अपने हॉस्पिटल में भी सेफ़ नहीं है तो कहाँ पे सेफ़ होगा। वेस्ट बंगाल में जो मैं कई सालों से कहती आ रही हूँ कि महिलाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, एक और ऐसी दुखद घटना ये प्रूव करती है कि महिलाओं के लिए बहुत ही असुरक्षित है प्रदेश है ये। वैसे ही पुलिस जैसे अन्य केसेस में देरी करती रहती है वेस्ट बंगाल में, वैसे ही यहाँ पे भी देरी की गई। मैं जब गई थी पहले भी वेस्ट बंगाल में 2-3 बार मैंने ये कहा कि वहाँ पर प्रेसिडेंट रूल लगना चाहिए।
रेखा शर्मा, आप इसके पूर्व राष्ट्रीय महिला कमीशन के सभानेत्री रह चुके हैं और आप तो नारी सुरक्षा के बारे ना ही बोले तो अच्छा है, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा अगर आपने पक्षपात किया है नारी के प्रति। हमने देखा कि नारी अपराध जब बीजेपी शासित राज्य में होता था तब आप उसको नजरअंदाज करते थे, लेकिन जब वो बीजेपी के विरोध जो पार्टी है वहां के शासित राज्य या सरकारों में होता था तब उसके प्रति आपकी नजर ज्यादा जाती थी।
Now we have Tanishq Punjabi from Lucknow. He has been tracking how several doctors are protesting against what happened in West Bengal. Tanishq, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. The doctors are protesting behind you. What are their demands?
Well, the demands are pretty much clear. One, of course, a thorough inquiry on what happened in Kolkata. Apart from that, adequate compensation for victims' family, and more above that, safety and security for doctors, because this extends beyond what happened in Kolkata, because time and again we have seen a lot of people take out their anger on doctors who are treating them. So this is also about the safety and security of the doctors. That is what one of their main demands is. I am right now inside KGMU of Lucknow. It is one of the most prominent medical colleges, and you can see the OPD services have been shut, and all of the resident doctors are here protesting. It is of course larger and bigger than what it was yesterday. Yesterday the protest was symbolic. Now the OPD services have been shut, and it will be shut until further notice. Sometime back, let me tell you, sometime back, if you can see the gate over there, that was closed. And of course, that led to anger within the people, and people were angry about it, saying that we've come from faraway districts, Mau, Prayagraj, all the other districts, that's around 4 to 5 hours, 6 hours from here. And what about our justice? What about our medical treatment that we are supposed to receive here? So of course it becomes a very grey area, because on one hand the resident doctors are demanding more safety and security, and then the OPD services are shut, and on the other hand there are of course patients who've come here from far off districts to get themselves treated. But as you can see, the protest continues here. Save the savior. We want safety. Save the savior is their main slogan. And all of the resident doctors have gathered here. And all of the resident doctors have gathered here. This is the OPD of KGMU Lucknow, and this is across all medical colleges in Lucknow, PGI, Loya, all of them. OPD services have been shut until further notice. Yes.
Right, Tanishq. We also have Anuj Raite, who is joining us from Mumbai. Anuj, several doctors and the students who are training for becoming a doctor are also questioning why there is such a clear lapse in safety and security of doctors who are essential for India.
Yes, indeed. You see, we are here at the JG hospital and the protests have begun here. They were announced yesterday. Yesterday we saw a candle march take place, and today the protests are happening. Now we'll ask them about what exactly do they demand from this protest. Sir, tell me, ये protest की, of course, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे लोग कह रहे हैं कि legislation strong करना चाहिए. वो तो long term solution हो गया. What are your immediate demands from these protests?
Immediate demand is the investigation of the whatever as mischievous activity has been happened. The investigation of this whole act should be done by the highest central agencies, wherein the justice to the victim will be given, and the another case is this case should run in fast track court, and the result of case should come as soon as possible. Second thing is compensation to the family of the victim, because they had lost their child, so compensation to the family is must. Third thing is कि security guards are not being posted in various medical colleges all over India. So security guards are must to be there. So the respective authorities should hire the private securities, or should generate some national security force where those who can come in the medical colleges and provide security to the hospitals. The thing is, this act has happened in a medical college wherein only 2 security guards were present. So it is really shameful thing that an government institute which is running from many years, and there are only 2 security guards. It is actually a shameful thing for Kolkata government.
Okay, so you tell me that there has been a lot of politicization of this issue. We are seeing that the Bharatiya Janata Party in Kolkata is blaming the government, and then there have been back and forth. So we've seen politicization over this issue again. How do you look at it? Do you think that by doing this they are able to get speedy justice, or do you look at it as white noise, as something which can be done away with and is delaying actual justice?
The thing is, there is nothing to be nothing to politicize in this situation, because this situation is a crime. So I think this whatever politics has been invaded in this situation is not at all needed. What we demand, a swift demand of a central authority to the central authority to ask the investigating authority to investigate this matter with the highest central authority.
Okay, we're seeing that they're talking about the issue being put into, being brought out into a transparent manner and security being improved or increased here. Ma'am, you tell me that you'll be entering the field as a young doctor tomorrow, and then as we are talking about the issues, they are as basic as not having enough security officers outside. Yesterday, we were talking to people, they said that there are not many people except for emergency ward. How does that make you feel before entering into this difficult profession?
We feel scared. We really feel scared because we have been coming from different parts of the India to study, and our parents have a lot of faith in us, and they sent us to these colleges thinking that their daughters or their sons will come out as flying colors, and there this thing is happening with each and every one of us are like, to the core we are scared that what will happen to the future of the India. And then this is all about the security of the female. So this should be pan India, that this issue should be raised, that what about the security of the doctor who is like on call duty doctor 24/7 and she's not provided the safety which she needs. This is a very big issue.
Okay, we see that apprehensions are out here. Everyone is not everyone, but there are a lot of people who are putting their apprehensions forth and talking about basic amenities like providing shelter to women doctors at night if they have to stay in hospital.
Right.
So these are the voices from young doctors here at the JJ Hospital here in Mumbai.
Right, Anuj, and that's a valid demand from the doctors. I mean, the caption, a very powerful line that is coming in from them is, healing hands are bleeding now, and that's a valid demand. Thank you so much, Anuj, for joining us. I'm also being joined by Dr. Sharad Kumar Agrawal, who is a former president of the Indian Medical Association. A very valid point that we are asking here at NDTV. Dr. Sharad Kumar, thank you so much for joining us and speaking to NDTV. What are your first thoughts on the spine-chilling rape and murder case in West Bengal Hospital?
See, this is not the first thing. This is happening in India every day. Every day, if you see, there is a violence on the doctors in some part of the country. So this is not the one thing or not the first thing. Last year in Kerala, we lost our intern who was working in a Taluka PSC. Now she is not. She is a doctor. She is not trainee doctor. Dr. Mamita was a MBBS full-fledged doctor and doing the post-graduation. So she was going to become the post-graduate doctor in just 1 year. So she is a doctor. And please refrain from politicizing this issue. We are not interested in which government is there in the state, which government is in center. We are requesting the entire, for decade, we are requesting to the central governments that please make a central act against violence on the doctors and the healthcare workers. Doctors should be protected and hospital and clinics should be declared safe zone. Like in the war place also, hospitals are declared to be the safe zone. Why can't we do this? If this central government during COVID, they can brought an ordinance and make this act for the against the violence on the doctors. Why can't we do now? Who stop us? See, IMA is requesting with folded hand to entire media and the public, if they are sincere, if they are grieved, if they think this is wrong, which has happened with Dr. Mamita, then please pursue the central government for making a central act. Central act is the only solution for preventing these kind of incidences. Otherwise, today we are, crying for this Dr. Mamita, and tomorrow we'll cry for another doctor. This is not going to stop. Right. So please refrain for politics, refrain for political statements. We are not interested. We see doctors don't want to halt the services. We have been trained like this. We used to do 72-hour duty during our graduation, undergraduation and post-graduation time. So we don't want to sit idle. So please don't misunderstood the doctors. We are aggrieved. We are helpless. We are suffocating with the system. That is why we are forced to sit on the road. So please, I request all the media people also, please make a campaign for making a central act against the violence on the doctors and the healthcare worker and the nurses. That is
Sir,
our
you rightly said that this
request,
is not the
demand.
first incident. I'll like to interrupt you. You said it's not the first incident. There have been several cases, and I agree with you. There have been multiple cases where doctors have been raped, murdered, beaten up in hospitals by mob. You are a former president of the Indian Medical Association. What should be the Indian Medical Association's role in such cases then?
See, Indian Medical Association has the aims for the public service and helping the government in the services and upgrading the knowledge of our members and doctors. And definitely when there is an issue, we stood up and fighting for the system. As I mentioned, Indian Medical Association is requesting the different central governments for decades. Please make a central act against the violence. Though there is a protection act in the state, but it is not under the CRPC and IPC. So that is why it is not effective. We have in the 13 states, we have a state law.
And stating their demands, there are several patients who are lined outside the OPDs. They are demanding services. Do you think doctors should take another way to protest that should not hamper the services at the hospitals as well?
See, IMA has not called for any strike. It is the students and we are supporting them. I told you, you tell me, if somebody's head is put into water, what he will or she will do? See, when the doctors are not safe, see, first you will save. Even in the when you fly in the aircraft, they say before putting masks to the other, put on you. If the doctors will survive, they will service these people. Please understand, I told you, we don't want to come on the road. It is not our habit and we are not habitual to coming on the road. But you understand the gravity of the situation and dilemma and inertia in the governments, whether it is central government or state government. They only come do the politics and they will never come for the solution. Why can't they announce, okay, we announce the central act against violence? What is stopping on this?
Right.
You tell me, is it a illegal demand? What we are demanding?
No, sir, absolutely not. This is not an illegal demand. This is a very valid point, and security and safety must be ensured for the hands who are healing us. They are our saviors, and we at NDTV are also demanding that daughters, betis should be saved in our country, and the central and the state government should come together to ensure that such crime against women or anybody should not go unchecked or unpunished. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with NDTV and speaking to us and highlighting the plight of doctors. My colleague Shreya Ghosh also spoke to some doctors. Take a look.
Hospitals are supposed to be the safest place for anyone and everyone. But doctors right now are demanding for justice and for better safety protocol. I'm here at RML Hospital as the Federation of Residents of Doctors are protesting against the gruesome crime against this 31-year-old trainee woman doctor who was raped and murdered in Kolkata's one of the busiest hospitals, RG hospitals. The doctors across country has been protesting for better safety protocol. Let's hear from a fellow doctor as to what is the situation here at RML Hospital like. Hello ma'am, if you could just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shreya.
And can you just tell me what is the safety situation here at RML Hospital like? Are there CCTV cameras installed, street lights installed?
There are certain areas where street lights and CCTVs are still there, and there are certain areas where it's not there. So yes, we want CCTV cameras to be installed everywhere so that we can ensure the safety of the healthcare professionals, all healthcare professionals, be it doctors, be it nurses, be it the other MTS workers, and the street lights.
Which areas do you feel there should be mandatorily there should be street lights?
In the emergency area, yes, it should be definitely there because that's the area which is constantly working 24/7 round the clock. The elective areas, they are closed after a certain point of time, yes. But then the emergencies are running 24/7 round the clock. So yes, they should be under surveillance all the time. And we are not unaware of the fact that there have been brutalities on the doctors in the past as well. Not at such a level, but yes, there have been brutalities. And I think a month or two ago in GTB hospital, there was this gynae doctor who was assaulted on duty. Because she was unable to save a patient, though the complications were explained, yet she was assaulted. So yes, that has to be prevented, and that happened that happened in fact in the ward. So yes, in the wards also the security measures have to be taken.
While there is anger on the streets, this remains our top focus here at NDTV. Even the deadline has been given to finish the probe by Sunday, or else the probe will be handed over to the CBI. But with that, we're taking a short break. Continue watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Kolkata doctor rape and murder case sends shockwaves across the nation. Autopsy report reveals doctor was assaulted, raped and then smothered. Doctors continue to protest, demand CBI probe into the matter. Centre withdraws draft of Broadcasting Services Bill of 2024, gives it for consultations with stakeholders on the bill. Former Attorney General on Hindenburg case says the case is malicious and the report cannot be taken seriously. Indian Olympic contingent to return today. Vinesh Fogart seen leaving Paris Olympics village. Verdict on Vinesh's plea for silver medal likely today.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and
And now, Dera Sacha Sauda's chief, Baba Ram Rahim, walked out of Rohtak's Suneria jail after he was granted 21-day furlough by the Haryana government. Earlier, Punjab and Haryana High Court had quashed a petition and asked the state government to decide on granting relief to the Dera chief. After coming out of the jail, Baba Ram Rahim will stay in the ashram in Uttar Pradesh's Baghpat. Now, this is not the first time that Baba Ram Rahim has been granted bail in the rape and murder case that he has been convicted in. This is the 7th or 6th time that he has been given parole, and recently the Punjab and Haryana High Court in a recent order also uplifted the ban it had previously imposed on grant of parole to Dera Sacha Sauda chief. Now, the most important thing to note here is that elections are due in Haryana, as well as Uttar Pradesh will be facing bypolls, and hence his release is always politically connected by the opposition, stating that the government wants to ripe on this release, as he also is part of a vote bank politics that the government plays. Hence, these accusations on the BJP government time and again comes up. For more details, my colleague Gurpreet Chinna is also now live with us. Gurpreet, this is not the first time that Ram Rahim is walking out of jail. It has now become a process that whenever elections are due in the state, Ram Rahim walks out of jail.
Well, that is one of the main questions which everybody in Haryana, they are raising at this point of time. This is not the first time he is getting such type of relief from the Haryana government, and this time again he has approached the Honorable High Court, and High Court had given powers to Haryana government. They say it's the Haryana government who are going to decide on this application which has been moved by rapist Gurmeet Ram Rahim to get a relief from the jail authorities for furlough. We have seen the filing within 2 days. This relief has been given by the Haryana government, which puts a lot of question mark. We have seen earlier SGPC has already approached the Punjab and Haryana High Court, saying that he has been jailed under a heinous crime of rape and murder. How he could give multiple times such type of relief, and how many inmates under the same category are getting the same relief. So at that time when we confronted the local government, Haryana government, they are saying it's the matter of right and he has a right, and jail authority, jail superintendent is giving a certificate which mentioned he was having a good character in the jail, and that was one of the reasons why such type of relief has been given. But multiple times such type of relief has been given to Gurmeet Ram Rahim has already put a question mark over the government, Haryana government, and let's see this time what type of a plea the government is going to give, because if he has a right, how many such inmates are getting such type of privilege to get such type of relief multiple times? That needs to be answered by the Haryana government, and let's see this time what plea the Haryana government is going to give. Earlier we have seen when we confronted the jail minister also, he was saying it's the prerogative of the local commissioner and the jail authority. They are going to decide whether he was following the rules and regulation, and on that basis he has been granted such type of relief. Now let's see, because elections are ahead, everybody is putting a question mark at this point of time. We all know in Haryana elections are going to be happen. Election commission team is already in the state and they are already trying to find the preparedness of elections in the state. So let's see what type of plea as will be given by the Haryana government to provide such type of the relief multiple time to Gurmeet Ram Rahim. So let's wait for the government response, what the government is going to give a detailed explanation why he is going to give such type of privilege to get multiple time relief from the jail. Back to studio.
Right. Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for joining us and giving those details. Shifting our focus now to the other story, the Hindenburg story. Now, former Attorney General Mukul Rohatgi has brushed off the latest allegations of US-based short seller Hindenburg Research, saying as an entity, it has no credibility at all. Now, Mr. Rohatgi also exposed Hindenburg further in an exclusive interview with NDTV's Maria Shakil. Take a look.
Mr. Rohatgi, thank you for speaking to NDTV. Of course, the latest revelations which have come from Hindenburg raises several questions on the functioning of SEBI, the regulatory body which is supposed to ensure transparency and overall checks and balances. Do you think it is very, very concerning, and are you of the opinion that there is a need for further investigation?
So, Maria, let me start by saying that keeping in view the track record of Hindenburg, I do not think it's a cause for any concern, much less serious concern, and much less requiring a probe by a body no less than the JPC. And I'm saying so for the simple reason that Hindenburg, the earlier report we have seen, the idea was to destabilize the stock market. By that destabilization, people lose a lot of money. Some people make a lot of money by short selling, and that's the avowed object of Hindenburg. This is what they did last time. Investigation was done. The matter went to the Supreme Court. Nothing was found credible in that report. So keeping that track record, and I find that they have again targeted the same conglomerate, namely Adani. This is another target, another attack at the same target. The only twist seems to be to somehow rope in the SEBI chief so as to say that the whole regulator or the whole regulatory system is now biased or tainted. I cannot speak for the SEBI chairperson. She will have to say whatever she has to say. But as far as I am concerned, logically speaking, keeping in view the track record, I do not think that there is any cause to have any such probe. Now, see, politically, the issue is different. I am not, answering on a political level. Politically, people want a hot potato from here or there to fling it at one party or the other. That is not within my scope of my submissions. So I personally feel that nothing should be done in this case unless some very credible, startling information comes out. And let me tell you one thing, Mare. This kind of destabilization ultimately affects the small investor. It's not that Mr. Adani will lose. Adani's companies are, a lot of them are public listed. It is the small investor whose wealth is going to crumble by these kind of instabilities. I mean, even if America sneezes, it affects our market. Therefore, it's very, very unsettling to have this kind of an attack on a regular, yearly basis, if I may say so.
Okay, Mr. Rohgi, the larger question is also of the conflict of interest. The point that has been made or favoritism of SEBI in handling of cases related to this particular conglomerate. How do you react to the allegation that SEBI failed to act promptly or effectively in addressing concerns raised by the previous Hindenburg report?
Please see this fact that the matter ultimately went to the Supreme Court. So it's not as if somebody was sleeping, and even if somebody was sleeping or going slow, it would be jolted by the Supreme Court. There's nothing which would be swept under the carpet. If that is so, then where is the cause for saying that SEBI, which has otherwise been doing very good work for the last 30, 40 years that I've seen in my legal practice. I mean, whether the chairperson is complicit, not complicit, she will have to say what her own defense is. That's something different. I don't know what she has to say. But you know, just to have a smear campaign, you can have it against SEBI, you can have it against RBI, you can have it against IRDA, you can have it against the finance ministry. I don't think it is fair to just do that, let loose a volley of questions, and then the whole system kind of shakes up. I don't think it is appropriate.
And I'm being told that Indian men's hockey team has landed at the Delhi airport. My colleague Ishika Verma, who is tracking the developments, is joining me. We are also getting some live reactions coming in from the Delhi airport. If we can listen to some reactions, then let's dip in.
Well, hockey team is here. Let us in fact go here.
खुश हूँ मैम, लेकिन जो हम चाहते थे वो हुआ नहीं. हमें गोल्ड लेके आना था, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि नेक्स्ट जो ओलंपिक है उसमें हम गोल्ड लेके आएंगे.
As you can see the visuals on your screens, the Indian hockey team has landed at the Delhi airport after winning the bronze. There is much fanfare at the Delhi airport. People are welcoming the team members with garlands, and dhol nagaras are also there. My colleague Ishika Verma has been tracking the latest from the ground. Now they will also be meeting the Prime Minister on 15th August, and then they will be felicitated as well. Now remember, Prime Minister is also set to meet India's Paris Olympic contingent, where at least 117 athletes will be meeting him. Now these are the live visuals that are coming in from the Delhi airport, where the Indian men's hockey team, after making a triumphant victory at the Paris Olympics, is returning, and they are bringing home a bronze medal and has set new records. This achievement has marked a historic milestone as the team won back-to-back Olympic medals this year for the first time in over 5 decades or so, since the 1972 Olympics. There you can see the men in blue. Also, we are also today focusing on the Vinesh Phogat's verdict that will be coming out. These are the visuals of Vinesh Phogat leaving the Paris Olympic Village, and she will be returning to India as well, while the verdict on her hearing is awaited. Remember, she has appealed for a silver after disqualification due to being overweight, and today she will be returning likely, and the verdict on her plea is also likely today. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister will be meeting everybody and praising for India's performance at the Paris Olympic, as India's performance at the Paris Olympics has been marked by a mix of achievements and near misses. We also have Ishika Verma joining me for more details from what's happening at Delhi airport, as the men in blue have landed at the Delhi airport. The Indian hockey team is receiving a heroic welcome at the airport. Ishika, if you can hear me, what's happening on the ground? There's much fanfare. I can see people are there with dhol, nagaras and garlands to welcome the heroes.
Well, we'll directly show you the visuals that we are getting from the airport here. The men in blue have in fact landed, and they certainly have brought back home the bronze medal, and for that, what a grand welcome it has been for them. You can clearly hear the dhol nagaras here, their family, their supporters, all in fact.
Ishika Verma, who is at the Delhi airport, and there are sweets, there are dhols, there are laddus. Everybody is happy that the Indian men's hockey team has come to Delhi airport. Yesterday when they landed in Amritsar, there were their family members who welcomed them and others who welcomed them after much await. This has been for the first time that an Indian men's hockey team has won back-to-back Olympic medals for the first time in over 5 decades. So this has been a historic achievement for the Indian hockey team. Captain Harmanpreet Singh has to be credited for the victory. It was a thrilling turn of events at the Paris Games. The Indian men's hockey team achieved a historic victory. They defeated Australia 3-2 for the first time in 52 years at the Olympics. Then the team continued to showcase its resilience in the quarterfinals, where it successfully defended with a man down for over 40 minutes. My colleague Ishika Verma, who is right there at Delhi airport, is tracking all the players who are coming out one by one. Yes, Ishika, what's happening on the ground?
Well, in fact, the visuals from here, we are showing you how the supporters, the family members have gathered here in huge number, and the men in blue have landed here back-to-back bronze medal for India in the Olympics, and they have just landed just a few minutes. That just went by when the men in blue landed at the airport here in the national capital. We are also showing you the dhol nagaras, as you can hear also. Increase certainly the among the family members and the supporters here is certainly very high. So the josh remains high in the supporters and the family. In the team, the men in blue, who have again made India proud, brought back again bronze medal from the Paris Olympics. So certainly here, you can clearly see the happy faces here. I'll go across to them. आप यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं, कितनी खुशी हो रही है? अभी
खुशी हो रही है मैडम, बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी हो रही है। ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीत गए हैं हॉकी में।
आप क्या कहेंगे?
हम ये कहेंगे कि हमारी हॉकी टीम पेरिस ओलंपिक में जो देश के लिए मेडल लाया, देश का नाम रोशन किया है और अपने साथ साथ अपने जिले का, अपने गांव का नाम रोशन किया है। हमें उन पर गर्व है, खिलाड़ियों पे।
ये दूसरी बार है बैक टू बैक मेडल्स मिले हैं, ये दूसरी बार हमें लगातार ब्रोंज मेडल मिले। क्या जोश एकदम हाई है?
जी बिल्कुल, जोश पूरा है और अभी धीरे धीरे अभी देखते रहिए, अभी जैसे बाहर आएंगे तो जोश और बढ़ेगा। वैसे अभी आए थे फिर अंदर ले गए, बट एक बार आने दो फिर जोश दिखाते हैं कैसे होता है।
So certainly you can hear them all cheering, men in blue here, cheering for all of those Indian hockey team players who have come here, who have brought back home again a bronze medal, and this time from the Paris Olympics as well. And certainly, the men in blue have already landed, but they are yet to come out to meet the supporters here. So we are enthusiasm. You can hear the dhol nagaras. You can certainly, see the happy visuals that we are getting you, the happy faces, the smiling faces here, and the sound of these dhol. They await their men in blue.
Right, Ishika, thank you so much, and please continue tracking all the Indian players who are coming out one by one from the Delhi airport. For now, my colleague Osama is also joining me, who is the sports editor for NDTV. And Osama, it has been a crazy victory for Indian men hockey team. Back-to-back Olympic medal, and also in a cricket mad world, the josh is again high for hockey.
You're absolutely right, Aditi.
when you say that in a cricket mad world. And you have to mention the fact that PR Srijesh, who was in fact playing the last Olympics and last tournament of his career, he was the one who made that difference, and he is one of those icons who stood tall in a cricket-crazy nation. As far as Team India's performance is concerned, it has been nothing less than stellar. Team India's hockey team, every single person, every single player gave their absolute best, and we probably played the best hockey in a very, very long time. The thing is that we have been playing good hockey since the last 10 years, but the kind of consistency that India has shown this time around, that is something that has to be looked out for, and that is going to give a lot of promise to every single fan who adores hockey, who watches hockey, and who loves hockey, and wants India to do well in that sport. Remember, hockey is India's, unofficially, India's national sport, and there's a lot of sentiment associated with hockey. We have, remember, won 6 straight goals since 1928. When India started participating since 1928, we won 6 straight gold medals in hockey. And that is basically why it became such a rage in India. But then after that, there came a point where India did not really do well, and we had been this medal had been coming. This medal, remember, a bronze medal, back-to-back bronze medal, as you mentioned. It happened after 1972, so there is a gap of 52 years there, and this is probably the best time for hockey at this for Indian hockey at the moment, because in the last 10 to 15 years, the kind of growth that hockey has seen, a lot of it has to be attributed to the kind of support that they are getting through the ministry, through the Sports Authority of India, as well as state governments, especially Odisha. The kind of money that has come in, the kind of sponsorship that has come into the sport, that has basically helped hockey, and that has basically helped the players sustain themselves, because this is not a sport.
Right, Osama, we also have the live visual of the Indian team players coming out. My colleague Ishika Verma is also on the ground. Ishika, what's happening at the ground? How many players have come out so far?
Well, in fact, we are currently showing you the visuals. The men in blue who have made us proud have finally, come out of the airport, and these are the hockey players, be it PR Srijesh, Amit, Rohidas, Abhishek, Sumit, Sanjay, is what you are to back bronze medals for India. And this time, certainly, the bronze medal, which in fact got India's tally to 6 here in the Paris Olympic edition, and you can see them so proud, and you can hear the cheering as well. The enthusiasm is not just there, in the players, but it is more so in the supporters that we are seeing here at the Indira Gandhi International Airport. You can see PR Srijesh, in fact, coming here. We'll try, in fact, to get a bite from him, certainly. All players, in fact, who have come here, certainly a historic moment as well. A very happy moment is what we are witnessing on our TV screens, and we are trying to get you the visuals as PR Srijesh is.
ഇത് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ അവസാന സമാപന വേദിയിൽ ഇന്ത്യൻ പതാക എന്തുമെന്ന മനസ്സിൽ
കേക്കിന് പുറത്തുള്ള ചെറി മാത്രമായിരുന്നു.
ഇത് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ അവസാന സമാപന വേദിയിൽ ഇന്ത്യൻ പതാക എന്തുമെന്ന മനസ്സിൽ
കേക്കിന് പുറത്തുള്ള ചെറി മാത്രമായിരുന്നു.
जूनियर
इतिहास क्या है? लास्ट टाइम भी हम लोगों ने जीत के आया था. हम लोगों ने इसको एक आदत बना दी।
50 साल बाद आज टीम का हिस्सा है जो लगातार 2 बार ओलंपिक में मेडल जीत।
There you go. The team is out from the Delhi airport. PR Srijesh is talking to the media and saying that they are happy that they got bronze for Team India. My colleague Osama also continues to stay with us. Osama, if you can take us through that iconic match, that unforgettable match which brought India a bronze.
Well, Aditi, it was not just the match against Spain, but also a couple of other matches that really stood out for India in this particular campaign, especially the one that they played against the Great Britain, as well as Australia. Remember, Australia in the group stages, we beat them, and that is something that a lot of people did not really think that would happen, because Australia has had a better record against us. But on that given day, we played really, really well. We took the attack to the Australians and beat them at their own game, that is of playing attacking and aggressive hockey. And when it came to the knockout stage, we were playing against Great Britain. That is probably when PR Srijesh, who basically was the hero for Team India along with Harmanpreet. PR Srijesh, remember, in that particular match, we were one player short. We played with 10 players because Ravi Rohidas was sent out for a foul. And we played the entire match, almost 40 minutes of that match with just 10 players, and the kind of defense that we had shown in that particular match, that is something that we have not seen in a long, long time. And the kind of efforts, the saves that PR Srijesh made, it just basically established him as one of the greatest ever in the sport for India. And we did lose out to Germany in the semi-final. But it could have gone either way. We were very, very close. It was a difference of the barest of the margins that we lost out to Germany. We might have been playing the finals for the gold medal match as well. But nevertheless, India has won a bronze in hockey. That match against Spain, again, in the last 10 to 15 minutes, it was all about PR Srijesh and the defense that we had shown in that particular match, because we were leading by just one goal. It was just a one goal difference that we were leading by. And PR Srijesh made sure that the Spanish team, even waves after waves of attack from the Spanish team, but PR Srijesh, he just stood tall, made sure that nothing goes past him. And that is probably the greatness of this particular player. Like you have been mentioning, in a cricket-crazy world, this man, a hockey player, has stood tall, and he has done that for the last 20 years for India. In fact, there was a particular post by PR Srijesh right before the semi-final, where he had said that this could either be the last match. After the quarterfinal, where he had said that this could either be the last match of his entire career, or he could go on and play two more matches. And that's the kind of mentality that he has instilled in that entire team as well.
Well, Osama, rightly, and these are the visuals that you are getting from the Delhi airport. The Indian hockey team has landed, and they're all being welcomed amid much fanfare. Now, in a fresh relief for Adani Group stocks, global index provider MSCI Inc. has removed its freeze on the conglomerate and its associated securities to factor in fresh developments in the business operations. That's all we could wrap up in this edition, but keep watching NDTV. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal joins you next.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The champions of Indian hockey team at Paris Games 2024 are coming back home today, but doctors across the country are also protesting against the rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in Kolkata. We'll get you all that news and more in this bulletin, but first up, the headlines. Nationwide protests against doctors' rape and murder in Kolkata. The autopsy report says the doctor was assaulted, raped and smothered. Doctors continue to protest across the country. They've demanded a CBI probe. Gurmeet Ram Rahim is out of jail again. Rape and murder convict gets 21-day furlough, and this is ahead of elections in Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. It's homecoming for India's Olympic contingent. Indian hockey team arrives amidst a lot of fanfare in New Delhi. Verdict on Vinesh Phogat's plea for silver medal likely today. Vinesh Phogat has left Paris ahead of the cast verdict. Doctors across the country are protesting against this brutal rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in Kolkata that happened a few days ago. In fact, protesting doctors across different states, different cities are asking police to solve the case by Wednesday. In fact, Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, visited the victim's residence yesterday, and she has said that she would give 5 days to the Kolkata Police, after which the case would be handed over to the CBI. Doctors have also questioned the 7-day deadline given to police. They have demanded an apology from the police, claiming that rumors are being spread about investigation. In fact, the Federation of Doctors, Resident Doctors Association, has also written to Home Minister Amit Shah, setting out 5 different points demanding security protocols be put in place for junior doctors, especially the female medical professionals. The details from the autopsy report, meanwhile, of the 31-year-old postgraduate trainee was working at the city's renowned state government-run RG Kar Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata are spine-chilling. In fact, the accused hit her so hard that her glasses fell off. In fact, the spectacles shattered and the shards had pierced her eyes. The trainee doctor was raped and murdered inside a seminar hall in the institution, and her body was found on Friday morning. Sanjoy Roy, a civic volunteer working with Kolkata Police, has been arrested for the crime. The post-mortem report, which was handed over to the family of the trainee doctor by the Kolkata Police, revealed that she has suffered several injuries. Cuts were found on her hands, face, and reports suggest that she was bleeding from both her eyes, and injuries were there across her private parts as well. It seems that she was first strangulated and then smothered to death. Petitions have been filed at High Court seeking CBI probe. Arun Kumar has spoken on the doctors' protest. Let's listen into what he said.
यहाँ पे हम अपने पैर का इलाज कराने हैं, हमारा अभी अपॉइंटमेंट है, और जब हम आए तो हमको पता चला कि यहाँ पे धरना है। अब ये बताइए कि हम 400 किलोमीटर से अगर आएंगे, हम अपने पैर का इलाज कैसे कराएंगे? इतना पब्लिक बाहर है, ये लोग धरना दे रहे हैं। धरना दें, इनके हक का लड़ाई है, अपना लड़ें, लेकिन कम से कम बाहर जाके लड़ें। ये जो पब्लिक यहाँ पे खड़ी है, ये कहाँ से आई है, किसको ये लोग समझ रहे हैं, नहीं समझ रहे हैं? ये बताइए, ये पब्लिक का दर्द कौन समझेगा? हम इतना दूर से रात भर जग के आए हैं, चाहे आम पब्लिक कहाँ से आई है, कोई लखनऊ की तो प्रॉपर्ट आदमी है नहीं, लेकिन जो लोग आए हैं, इनके दर्द को कौन समझेगा? कौन देगा इनको न्याय? हम इनको भी जस्टिस चाहिए, हमको जस्टिस कौन दे रहा है? हम किससे मांगे? हम खोल रहे हैं तो खुला नहीं रहे हैं लोग। लगा दिए बोर्ड की बंद करो, क्लोज करो।
I am right now outside the gate of OPD in KGMU of Lucknow King's George Medical College or King's George Medical University. Now all the resident doctors have come and sat in the protest in front of the OPD gate to of course restrict the entry in the OPD. Now some time back the doctors were protesting inside and the gate had been closed. to, of course, which a lot of people were angry, saying that the gates should be opened, and they've come here from far off districts for treatment. So the gates have been opened, but the resident doctors have withdrawn from OPD services and have sat outside the OPD gate and protesting. You can of course see the placards over here, all of them with the slogans, we want justice, we want justice, no safety, no service. So one of the key demands, apart from a thorough CBI inquiry and compensation for the victims, is that there should be increased safety and security for doctors, because time and again we have seen a lot of people attack doctors as well. So of course this goes beyond what happened in Kolkata. Of course, a horrific crime in Kolkata, and their main demand is a thorough inquiry, accountability and compensation for victims' family. And apart from that, increased safety and security for doctors. You can see over there, all of them are protesting, holding placards. And the UPRDA, Uttar Pradesh Residents Doctor Association, is calling it Nirbhaya 2.0. Nirbhaya 2 is what UPRDA is calling it. So the protest is going to continue until their demands are met. With camera person Virendra Kumar Saini, Tanish Punjabi for NDTV.
We have Shreya Ghosh reporting for NDTV from RML Hospital in New Delhi, and also Anuj, my colleague, reporting from JJ Hospital in Mumbai. Thank you so much for joining us. Shreya, tell us, a lot of doctors are striking today, but of course the elective services and OPD services have been badly hit, including in hospitals such as AIIMS and RML. What is the sentiment on ground? Because this is clearly, a catch-22 situation. We sympathize with the doctors, but of course, there are patients from coming across the country to New Delhi. Those surgeries have also been halted.
Right, the indefinite strike of the doctors are ongoing. I am at AIIMS hospital right now, and the common sentiment is the fact that hospitals are supposed to be the safest place for anyone and everyone, but that is not the case for the doctors themselves. The basic safety protocols such as the street lights, enough changing rooms, CCTV cameras, all these basic things like sufficient security forces within the hospital premises are lacking in some of the hospitals, medical hospitals and colleges. Although the doctors are claiming that Delhi is relatively safe in terms of the infrastructure for women, but if we go to the outskirts in the NCR regions, it gets worse. The infrastructure for women in these hospitals gets worse. I am joined by the Federation of Residents Doctors Association Executive Dr. Bhavna. Dr. Bhavna, tell me, what is the main demand right now? How safe is it for women doctors when they are on their night duty? How safe is it here in AIIMS and also the neighboring hospitals in Delhi?
Yes, so as we all know about that incident, and we all have started introspecting on ourselves. Like earlier, before this moment, we never used to really think about how much security and safety mean to us. We were all busy in our duties all this while, and this is the time that has come down to reflecting on this matter, and we realize that we in AIIMS are in a very good position at the moment, but that doesn't mean that sitting with a privilege gives us a choice of not being a part of this movement. We are sitting here and we are requesting and urging all the other hospitals to try. I won't say that we are perfect, but we are definitely better than the rest of the country.
What are the facilities that should be mandatorily put in place in other hospitals to ensure better safety for women?
See, first is the sentiment that we think that in general the public or the people around should be worried or should be scared of thinking of committing any crime towards any women. And hospital is considered one of the safest places, considering it is a busy place to be. But what an authority or an administration can do in this situation is to definitely provide a safe room, safe duty doctor room, well guarded wards, and the guards outside of the building, restricted entries to outsiders, and the well-lit corridors and well-lit street lights.
And we often see that patients come to the hospital because they're certainly it comes with grief and they get overwhelmed. They take certain physical action on the doctor. So how important is it to how important is this Central Protection Act is to ensure the safety of doctors?
Yes, so I would like to say that these two matters are slightly different but coexistent. In a way that one is about a doctor on duty, a resident on duty and being safe on an everyday basis. The other is an agitation from a public which we are seeing commonly happening around all over the country. I think we have lost sensitivity towards it. It is like an everyday news now. So Central Protection Act is to push that and to push that sentiment that no form of attack can be tolerated on any health professional in the country.
And about this heinous, gruesome crime against this postgraduate woman doctor in RJK Hospital, what is your main demand right now? I mean, we understand that the Kolkata Police investigation is ongoing, but other doctors are also asking for a CBI inquiry. Why is that so important?
See, we have the CBI, why are we pushing for it is that we have got the news from our friends in Kolkata, our colleagues in Kolkata, that there's a lot of politicization of the matter and that we understand the stakeholders and there's a lot of conflict of interest with the state government. So no policy, I would say, investigation will be transparent if the stakeholders are maybe they have a conflict of interest.
Right.
So we're looking for a central authority to deal with this and who is better than CBI to do that.
Right, right.
So,
right, thank you Shreya for getting us those voices. Over to you Anuj. Yesterday you got some very insightful voices from Mumbai. Something that happened in Kolkata, horrific incident, has resonated with doctors across the country. Clearly, there are concerns there, and of course doctors, like Shreya was also pointing out, have been asking for a CBI inquiry into what happened in this horrific incident in Kolkata. What are doctors in Maharashtra saying, and also what are the problems that patients are facing?
Well, it's a multifaceted problem when you talk about doctors in Maharashtra. As we've been trying to say it since yesterday, they are asking for a fair and transparent investigation in the case of Kolkata. But then there are also several other demands as well, which they'd like to put in light through this protest. So let us first get into understanding what these demands would be. The protest that we are doing here at the moment is, of course, for what happened in Kolkata. But many are asking for stronger legislations, etc. What are the immediate demands that you would want to get, for the government or the authorities to agree with? What are your immediate demands?
First and foremost, we want a transparent investigation of the whole matter, proper, transparent CBI inquiry into the matter. Then it comes to the security of all the resident doctors. In view of security guards in the hospital, then CCTV cameras, proper lights and resident rooms for the doctor. We need that. So even before that, we need a protection act, Center Protection Act for every resident doctor, like it is for the frontline workers, like for soldiers and everyone. Residents, doctors are considered as frontline workers. Yeah, from COVID-19 we have seen that residents have worked so much for the society and everybody, and even before that. So if they are working so much, some protection should be given to them also. No?
Correct.
So we need these demands to be fulfilled as early as possible. So that's why.
You see, the demands of doctors here are very much in line with what the demands of doctors across the country are. Now, tell me that the MAR doctors are on a protest today, not just in this hospital, but in several other hospitals in the city. Now, from an objective perspective, it might put a little bit of stress on the patients. So how is the protest, or how are these hospitals managing the fact that even the patients are not harmed, but even you get your opportunity to, say what you want to?
When we are on protest, on strike, the senior faculty are managing the services. And right now only elective services have been stopped. Emergency services still they are going on. We are working there. Just the elective services have stopped. Okay. So, but if there is no actions or steps are being taken, that should be taken are not done in a timely manner, then this might escalate, and there might come a time when emergency services also have to be stopped. So till then there is not much problem, just you'll have to face a little delay, but services are not stopped.
Okay. You tell me that this case has been termed as Nirbhaya 2.0, not just in media, but in several other states of the country as well. And that is a very strong term. We know what the Nirbhaya case was like. So do you see this as a very important movement here for the medical professionals, especially the young students here in India, which can bring about some sort of change or some sort of revolution when it comes to basic needs being fulfilled of doctors, specifically of female doctors here in India?
I didn't get the last part of it.
Do you think that through this protest, we are on a path of getting several basic necessities fulfilled here in India for women?
Right. So as you mentioned, Nirbhaya point 2. So one, as I was also previously saying, Nirbhaya was in a everyone had to blame her, saying that she was in a secluded place. But here, this doctor was in a seminar room. Okay, we want to know how come outside person had access to the seminar room, which is exclusively for the doctors. And if a step is taken right now by the government, and that is why we are protesting, definitely it will provide security to the future lady doctors. If that was your question,
Yeah.
that was your question, yeah.
I would like to add that recently NEET PG, NEET UG, both results are out. So doctors are at the verge of choosing the college that they want to do their MBBS and MDs in. So this event will definitely make them choose a safer college, ask questions like, is your college safe? Which we didn't ask earlier, but now students will definitely ask.
Okay. Now, finally, tell me that how do we make sure that whatever politics that is going on the basis of this matter, we are seeing that there are political parties are blaming each other. In short, if you could just tell, how does that affect the movement?
This is for a noble cause, the heinous crime that has been committed, and taking such an issue as a political matter and fighting between the political parties and satisfying their own goals and own demands. This is really not justified. In a place of India where we regard doctors as gods, Doctor Bhagwan hai, and you treat Bhagwan like this, does that your conscience allow you to take it as a political issue? Is this what is politics?
We're seeing that these are very strong voices. They are speaking against the politics that has been done on this particular matter, and at the same time, they are also pushing for stronger implementation of the law in favor of the doctors and getting all the basic necessities fulfilled for doctors across the country. These were the voices from Nair Hospital here in Mumbai.
Thank you, Anuj, for giving us those voices. Thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you for more details. Also joining us now is Dr. R.V. Ashokan, National IMA President. Thank you, Dr. Ashokan, for joining us on this broadcast. Sir, a horrific incident that happened in Kolkata, this rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor is resonating across the country with doctors. And the IMA has specifically demanded a legislation. 2019, there's a history to it. This bill was brought in and, of course, was shelved. Why do you think that this is the time to bring in this law which will ensure safety of medical professionals across the country? Because different states also have this law. Have they been effective on ground?
Yeah, 25 states in fact have a law of violence against doctors and healthcare workers. Unfortunately, on the ground, these are not effective. Very few convictions have happened on violence on doctors. The violence that has happened in Kolkata is very unfortunate and qualitatively different from the violence that has been happening between the patient's relatives or the general public. This seems to be a crime committed within a medical college in a metro, which now makes all the hospitals in the country unsafe places. So it's time that the governments become sensitive to this need of our doctors, especially when there is more number of lady doctors coming out of our medical colleges. I do not have statistics, but I have reasons to believe 50 to 60% of the medical students coming out of our colleges are lady doctors. So there is a need for a overall comprehensive relook at the whole system, the amenities provided, declaring hospitals as safe zone, and what will be the provisions of security,
Right.
CCTV, central legislations. I think it has to be a very comprehensive one at this time.
Right.
We are meeting the
Dr.
health
Ashokan,
minister
there is an
today.
interesting, observation that the former letter makes, saying that airports are designated as safe zones, and there's a 3-layered security. Anyone assaulting an airline staffer gets deboarded, and then there's of course a penalty that he has to pay. He also has to face a trial. But similar provisions don't exist for doctors. At least legislations do, but they're not really effective on ground. Your letter also talks about hospitals being designated as safe zones. What is your demand from the Health Ministry, sir, and would you be also wanting to meet the Health Minister in this regard?
Yeah, we are meeting the Health Minister around 2 p.m. now. Our main demand is one to declare the hospitals as safe zones throughout the country. This is implicit. These hospitals, the structures, the security were built in an age of innocence. Now the society has moved, and our daughters who are becoming doctors, and also, the healthcare workers, especially the nurses, are very insecure now. So I think the health ministry is obliged and is duty bound to have a look at the comprehensive legislation and provisions like the airport. If the airline staff, they are important for the country. Doctors are certainly important.
Right. My last question to you, Dr. Ashokan, what about, while we completely empathize with the doctors, there's also, the other side to this. Patients have been suffering because, hospitals across different cities have have stalled their elective services. The OPD services have also been impacted in many cities. How long could this strike go on, sir? When do you see this sort of ending? Because clearly this is also about the nation's healthcare.
Indian Medical Association has been very responsible. Resident doctors are a small fraction, but carrying on the main brunt of the workload of the healthcare. But Indian Medical Association covers the entire medical profession. We are yet to give any action call. We are very much restrained. We are very sensitive to the needs of the patients. And we will certainly work out a solution along with the governments.
Okay, so you see the strike ending anytime soon, sir? If the meeting goes well, or if the assurances are something that you think will sort of like fructify?
I know we need to be hopeful. The health minister, Union Health Minister, has been very, very sensitive, and I do expect a good meeting with him today at 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ashokan, for joining us on this broadcast. Thank you so much. Also, the politics over this matter where Medico's protest has intensified. The Kolkata rape murder that took place a few days ago has become a political hot potato now. The ex-NCW chief has called for precedence rule in West Bengal. TMC, in fact, has accused the former NCW chief of showing bias. The ex-NCW chief, Rekha Sharma, has demanded precedence rule in Bengal. This is not the first time that she has done this, and she has cited problems of women's safety in West Bengal. The TMC, in fact, has retorted, saying that Rekha Sharma should be the last person to speak on women's safety. Let's look at some reactions.
एक डॉक्टर अगर अपने हॉस्पिटल में भी सेफ़ नहीं है तो कहाँ पे सेफ़ होगा। वेस्ट बंगाल में जो मैं कई सालों से कहती आ रही हूँ कि महिलाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, एक और ऐसी दुखद घटना ये प्रूव करती है कि महिलाओं के लिए बहुत ही असुरक्षित है प्रदेश है ये। वैसे ही पुलिस जैसे अन्य केसेस में देरी करती रहती है वेस्ट बंगाल में, वैसे ही यहाँ पे भी देरी की गई। मैं जब गई थी पहले भी वेस्ट बंगाल में 2-3 बार मैंने ये कहा कि वहाँ पर प्रेसिडेंट रूल लगना चाहिए।
रेखा शर्मा, आप इसके पूर्व राष्ट्रीय महिला कमीशन के सभानेत्री रह चुके हैं और आप तो नारी सुरक्षा के बारे ना ही बोले तो अच्छा है, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा अगर आपने पक्षपात किया है नारी के प्रति। हमने देखा कि नारी अपराध जब बीजेपी शासित राज्य में होता था तब आप उसको नजरअंदाज करते थे, लेकिन जब वो बीजेपी के विरोध जो पार्टी है वहां के शासित राज्य या सरकारों में होता था तब उसके प्रति आपकी नजर ज्यादा जाती थी।
Meanwhile, it's homecoming day for India's heroes. Remember, the bright light in India's performance at Paris Games 2024 was the performance of India's hockey team, which managed a consecutive bronze medal. The Indian hockey team, in fact, has returned home from Paris today. The Paris Games 2024 ended 2 days ago. The Indian contingent is, in fact, returning today from Paris. Indian hockey team has already arrived in Delhi. It's a homecoming day for India's heroes, led by Captain Harmanpreet Singh. Fans, in fact, have gathered to welcome champs. I have my colleague Osama, who's been tracking this very closely. Osama, Harmanpreet Singh and his team have arrived in India. This is a grand homecoming, and of course, the significance of this win is, of course, unspeakable, because this is a consecutive win for the Indian hockey team. Tell us what does this mean for the country? Okay, we will try and connect to Osama again. This is the homecoming day for India's heroes, India's champions. Fans, in fact, have gathered at the airport to welcome champs. Harmanpreet Singh led India's team not just in Tokyo but also in Paris, and that is the Indian team which has managed a bronze medal for the second consecutive time. And this is a big feat for India. Both PR Rashijesh and Harmanpreet Singh have been celebrated along with other team members, and this has been the brightest spot in India's performance in Paris Games 2024, which ended with the nation winning about 6 medals. Mixed feelings there, not as great as Tokyo Olympics, but of course better than the Rio Games. And Indian hockey team remains a bright spot there, managing a record consecutive win for the bronze medal. Those are the visuals today. It's a grand day. It's a grand homecoming day for India's champions. Of course, Vinesh Phogat's arrival is also expected. She also will be, the judgment in the CAS Court of Arbitration for Sports is expected today, and we'll get to know if she actually has the silver medal or not. But this is a great day. This is a grand day for the homecoming for the Indian hockey team, which has arrived in New Delhi. And this is Indian hockey team's performance has been the biggest spotlight, biggest cheer for India, even as it won 6 medals in Paris Games 2024. And more champions are expected to be back today. In fact, there's a lot of curiosity on what really happens with the Court of Arbitration for Sports, which is hearing Vinesh Phogat's case today. She has argued that she was well under the 50 kg permissible limit on the first day of the competition, and she in fact deserves the silver medal. But of course, the court is expected to give out its verdict today, 2 days after the Paris Games drew to a close. This is the hockey team, the Indian hockey team, which has won the bronze medal for the second consecutive time. And Harmanpreet Singh led the entire team for a second win. He, in fact, was the captain even in Tokyo Games. And of course, again, this is history repeating itself with PR Rashijesh and Harmanpreet Singh. The champions are home today. The Indian contingent has returned. In fact, this is the hockey team that has arrived in Delhi a short while ago. This is at the airport. In fact, this was a grand homecoming with several people, several fans gathering to welcome India's champions. A grand homecoming for India's hockey team after Paris Games 2024. Osama, tell us the significance of this event with the Indian team coming back home. What is the sentiment like?
Well, the Indian team is coming back home after winning successive medals at the Olympics. Remember, the last time around we won a bronze. This time it is a bronze again. It could have been a gold medal. It was just the barest of margins that India lost out to Germany in that semi-final. But nevertheless, India is coming back as a champion team. Team India in the entire tournament, it has played the best hockey in the last 10 to 15 years, as far as we can remember. PR Rashijesh being one of the architects of this entire team, along with the captain, or as he is famously called, the Sarpanch Harmanpreet Singh. The entire team deserves credit because hockey, as you know, it's a team sport. Everyone has to contribute. Everyone has to make sure that they are at their best when they're playing in a tournament like the Olympics, especially when you know that you're going to come up against the likes of Australia and Belgium and Spain and Germany, and all these teams are ranked higher than India in the rankings, and that is important to take note, because India going into this tournament, they're not in the greatest of forms, but the kind of resolve that they have shown, the kind of mettle that they have shown, and the kind of mentality that they have shown in this entire tournament, that is something that every Indian should be proud of.
Right.
Remember India in that particular match against Australia. Nobody gave India a chance in that match. India went into that match, played the best hockey in that tournament, and won against Australia, a team that has beaten India numerous times in the past and had better of Team India on multiple occasions. But India went on, gave it their best, and made sure that they reached the knockout stage where they came up against Great Britain. Now, that was one match that everyone...
okay, Osama, just hold on to that thought of yours.
आएगा आपके जूते पे, so definitely मेरे लिए खुश की बात है कि मेरी टीम मेरे लिए खेला, एक मेडल दिला के वापस मैं जा रहा हूँ. तो सुना नहीं.
Okay, Osama, also tell us, you just heard PR Shrijesh, and also, Harmanpreet Singh is back with his team. You were telling us about how difficult it was for the hockey team, but of course they managed a spectacular performance. Tell us the significance of this bronze medal, and also how difficult or easy was it, team, to conquer this feat again?
Well, it is never easy when you are up against the likes of Australia and Great Britain and Germany and Spain and teams like Netherlands, etc. Especially when it comes to hockey, because it is one sport where every single individual of your team has to be at the top of his fitness level, at the top of his game, and that is what India managed to do in this entire tournament. And a lot of credit for that goes to the team behind the scenes that have been working relentlessly, hours after hours, making sure that every single person remains fit. And that is what we saw in this particular tournament. Team India, they were in the best of their shape and made sure that they played the best of their hockey tactically, as well as you know, India is always high on emotions whenever it comes to sports, and it goes on, it basically rubs on to the players as well. A lot of emotions, they come into play when you're playing an international match, be it cricket, be it hockey, be it any other sport. But to make sure that you control that, you make sure that you have the right mentality and the right control over your mind when you're playing in big matches like this. This is what makes the difference at the highest level, and that is what we saw in this particular tournament as well. Right. Team India, when they went into that tournament, when they're playing that tournament, everyone thought that this is probably history is not probably going to repeat itself. The last time when we won a bronze. We won a bronze. Did win a bronze, but it wasn't really a convincing tournament for India. But this time around, there was a sense of belief, and that sense of belief came because the likes of players like Harmanpreet Singh and
Right.
PR Shrijesh, who have been the pillars of Team India.
Right. Osama, also tell us, there's been a lot of worry, concern and curiosity over what will happen to Vinesh Phogat's disqualification. The Court for Arbitration for Sports is hearing the plea today. Tell us, when is Vinesh Phogat expected to be back, and what can we expect from the CAS verdict that's likely today?
Well, as far as Vinesh Phogat's case is concerned, Vasudha, one has to remember that Vinesh Phogat is still. There were a lot of speculations that Vinesh Phogat is going to come back, and she is going to land in India. But as of now, it has not been the case.
Right. So we'll try connecting with Osama again, but time for a short break. We'll keep coming back to you with more news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize.
Welcome back. There's a crucial Congress party meeting that's underway in New Delhi. Remember that the Congress party is also looking at its own preparedness levels for the assembly polls that are scheduled to happen in Maharashtra, Jharkhand and of course Haryana. The agenda in the Congress party meeting is of course to also decide on its position on the court's observations on the exclusion of the creamy layer when it came to SEST reservation. The key Congress party meeting is also being attended by Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, Rahul Gandhi, who is also the leader of opposition. All Congress state in charges and state presidents are also part of this meeting, and caste census is also on agenda. I have my colleague Sunil Prabhu reporting more details on this story. Sunil, tell us, what is the agenda of this very important meeting?
Well, this is a follow-up, as you rightly pointed out, about the issue after the Supreme Court 6:1 judgment on this very important issue of sub-classification and giving reservation to those who are needy within the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. That was the Supreme Court order. The cabinet, as you're well aware, has rejected the creamy layer observations. Please remember that the Supreme Court didn't order, but only had suggested creamy layer being included from Justice Gawai to 3 others. And it's in that context that the cabinet has rejected it. It has remained silent on the issue of sub-classification. The Congress party has also to take a call, a political call, because there is a clear north-south divide. Northern members of parliament are keen that there shouldn't be sub-classification, but down south, where reservation has had its effect, there is a need greatly for sub-classification. And it's in this backdrop that even as the Congress tries to come to clear and become clear about what exactly its position is, the same thoughts will have to be amongst national parties like the BJP, amongst others, who haven't come really clean on this entire issue of sub-classification. Whether they should welcome the Supreme Court's decision, but of course, as the Supreme Court pointed out, it will have to be on empirical basis and on the fact that there has been inadequate representation for that subclass, which any government is attempting to do so. So in that backdrop, we'll have to wait and see how things play out.
Well, Sunil, there was a very important statement that Mallikarjun Kharge made during that press conference 2 days after the subcategorization observations and, court's decision, in which he said that, positions that are reserved for SC/ST remain vacant for a long time. So what is the point of this call for exclusion of creamy layer when there are so many vacancies? So he also said that the BJP government, the centre, should have put forward a legislation to sort of halt any observations or any decisions of this kind. Tell us, what is the Congress party thinking, and do you think that there can be any unanimous decision on this particular issue by all the opposition, considering that Rahul Gandhi is also the LOP now?
Well, as I said, people are really not addressing the core issue. This is not about creamy layer. Please read that Supreme Court judgment carefully. The Supreme Court very clearly says in its order that it deals with sub-classification. The issue was an obiter dicta of the court, which really has no bearing. It's not an order. It's just a comment about creamy layer. So really, most political parties, be it the Congress or the BJP, and for that matter, the Union Cabinet, are glancing through the real core issue, which is sub-classification. And I think that's the biggest hurdle for the Congress party as well as for the BJP to cross, because between the haves and the have-nots, there will be this huge disagreement. And I think that's the crux of the matter. That's the crux of the issue. And hopefully, in the days to come, they will be able to evolve their process. This is the first of its many meetings. The Congress has already had one meeting where they've discussed this at length. And now they're having a PCC meeting where they're discussing it. And ultimately, then they will have with the chief ministers before taking a final call on whether to welcome the Supreme Court judgment on subclassification. The creamy layer issue was not, and please remember, the Supreme Court had only given an obiter dicta. It was just a comment. It was not an order. The order is on subclassification based on empirical data that there has been inadequate representation. This, after many state governments, be it Andhra Pradesh, for example, various other southern states, including Punjab, have raised this issue of subclassification.
Thank you, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us with those very important details. Congress party looking at defining its position when it comes to the subcategorization decision of the Supreme Court with regard to the SC/ST reservation. There's an important meeting of the Congress party that's going on in New Delhi. That's what my colleague Sunil Prabhu has reported. Moving on to some news from the south of India. In Bengaluru, a bus has collided with vehicles. This dramatic accident has been captured on camera. In fact, it's a Volvo bus that collided with vehicles in Bengaluru. 2 people have been injured in this accident, and this accident also was captured on CCTV cameras. The driver suddenly lost control of the vehicle, as you can see in the visuals there on your screen. I have my colleague Pratibha Raman joining us with more details on this. Pratibha, tell us, when did this incident happen? How many people have been injured? And, it looks quite scary. What really went wrong here?
What we hear is that the incident happened at around 9:25 a.m. and the entire incident has been caught on the CCTV camera, or the dash cam that was set up inside the Volvo bus there. You're talking of the BMTC bus, and time and again, yes, there have been incidents of such accidents that have been reported in Bengaluru with respect to the BMTC, of course. And in this particular case, it happened at the Hebbal flyover, which is also considered to be one of the most busy junctions, especially during the prime time. We are talking of 9:25 a.m. there. The driver seems to have lost control, is what we seem to gather from the footage there. But in terms of the action that will be taken, we are still waiting to see what kind of action would be taken by the traffic cops there. Also, what we hear is that it did hit the four-wheeler as well as the two-wheelers there on the road, and 2 of them on the bike seem to be critically injured at this point in time. Well, on all other aspects with respect to the others, yes, they have survived minor injuries as far as this accident is concerned. But in terms of action that can be taken, yes, all eyes are on the traffic police right as we speak. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Pratibha Raman, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other stories. Elon Musk's interview with Donald Trump starts airing after tech glitches. The interview was delayed by 40 minutes due to technical glitches. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump's scheduled interview with Elon Musk on the billionaire entrepreneur's social media platform X on Monday evening ran into technical difficulties at the outset, with some users having difficulty accessing the live stream. In fact, the site showed that the page was not available shortly after the scheduled start time of 8 p.m. Eastern Time for some users, though more than 1,15,000 people appeared to have joined successfully. After facing ban from X, Facebook, amongst others, the event was a fresh opportunity for Donald Trump to seize the limelight at a time when his campaign is facing new headwinds. Ahead of the US presidential elections, Trump's interview on X is going to create more traction and footage for his campaign, while it will also give X, a platform that relies heavily on politics, a chance to redeem itself amidst struggles. Elon Musk Donald Trump interview encounters tech glitches. In fact, he has tweeted about this, saying, Elon Musk has tweeted about this, saying there appears to be a massive DDoS attack on this, working on shutting it down.
We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say.
Moving on, in a fresh relief for Adani Group stocks, global index provider MSCI has removed its freeze on the conglomerate and its associated securities to factor in fresh developments in business operations. In fact, MSCI has removed a freeze on Adani Group stocks. It has lifted curbs on Adani Group stocks in August index review. In fact, it has also lifted restrictions on Adani Group stocks, and Adani stocks rally up to 6% after this move. After MSCI removed curbs, after it lifted restrictions on the treatment of Adani Group stocks, it has factored in fresh developments in Adani business operations. Earlier, the body had halted certain adjustments to the Adani Group stocks due to free float concerns. Dera Sacha Sauda chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim has walked out of the jail again. He was jailed in Rohtak and he has walked out again. In fact, he has gotten a 21-day furlough this time. There's another concession for rapist and murderer. In fact, remember, Gurmeet Ram Rahim is serving a 20-year imprisonment for raping two of his disciples. And this move comes ahead of important by-polls in UP. Gurmeet Ram Rahim will be in Baghpat in his ashram. And this also comes before elections in Haryana. In fact, several courts have been hearing pleas that have been challenging these concessions that have been given out to Gurmeet Ram Rahim. But the Haryana prisons have been asked to take a decision on this. I have my colleague Gurpreet with more details on this.
At the time when Vidhan Sabha elections are going to be happen in the state of Haryana, such type of relief to Gurmeet Ram has already put a lot of question mark over the state government. We have seen this time they had approached the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and finally High Court had asked the Haryana government to take a decision on this petition and the application which has been moved for getting the furlough and parole from the jail authority. We have seen this is the multiple time he is getting relief, and it's the 10th time he is going to get relief, and he is out of this scenario jail. We have seen earlier also SGPC, Shiromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee members, they have raised a question. They approached the Punjab and Haryana High Court, putting a question mark why such type of relief is being given to Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who has been charged for murder and rape, and he has been jailed for such a heinous crime. We have seen earlier, we had seen one report which has been given by the jail superintendent, and in that he has mentioned that he is enjoying the good character, and on that basis such type of relief has been given. Multiple time we have asked this question to the jail minister also, and the jail minister say it's the discretion of the commissioner of that area where this jail falls, and he is the final authority who is going to take a call on this thing, and he has a right and his right cannot be denied. But now the question is why the other inmates are not being given such type of relief by the jail authorities in Haryana.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And
Good afternoon, everybody. It's homecoming day for India's champions of the Indian hockey team at Paris Games 2024. Also, Gurmeet Ram Rahim has walked out of the jail again for multiple times. And of course, there is more news and updates in this bulletin. But for now, the headlines. Doctors across the country are protesting against this rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in Kolkata. In fact, the autopsy report has said that the doctor was assaulted, raped and smothered. Doctors continue to protest. They have demanded a CBI probe. The victim's parents, in fact, have also sought a court-monitored probe. It's homecoming day for Indian Olympic contingent. In fact, the Indian hockey team has already arrived in New Delhi. It's verdict day for Vinesh Phogat's plea for silver medal. The verdict is likely today. Vinesh Phogat has left for Paris ahead of the CAS verdict. Gurmeet Ram Rahim has walked out of jail once again, and this is a convict, remember, who is serving a 20-year imprisonment for raping two of his disciples. And this concession comes ahead of elections in Haryana and also Uttar Pradesh. Big relief for Ramdev and Acharya Balkrishna. Supreme Court has closed Patanjali Arts contempt case. Next what? On the latest Hindenburg research allegations against SEBI, India's capital markets regulator, several industry voices have come out and spoken out. In fact, we're joined by one of those influential voices from the industry, Mohandas Pai, former CEO of Infosys and also a prominent and influential industry voice. Thank you, Mr. Pai, for speaking to NDTV, sir. I was looking at some of your interviews, sir. You have criticized the research and you've raised some very important questions on the timing of this findings research, and you have called it in some ways sensationalizing. Why do you say that, sir?
No, because there is no substance in the whole allegation. What is the allegation? The allegation is the chairperson and the husband put money into a fund. Yes. They were in Singapore. Yes. And the fund has been redeemed. Yes. And now 360, the manager has said the fund had no connection with any Adani companies because they did not invest in any Adani companies. Yes. And the fund manager was the person who sat on the Adani power board. Yes. But he sat as a nominee of 3i Capital from the UK. That is true. The fund has been redeemed. Then she joined SEBI as a whole-time member. Then she became the chairperson. And now they're saying that you should have disclosed it. When you join SEBI as a whole-time member, you disclose all your assets. When you disclose all your assets, this is not there in asset because it's been redeemed. When you become a chairperson also, you disclose. It will be disclosed to SEBI. There is no connection with anybody. So what is the big issue? Right. These guys are throwing mud at everybody, trying to link something to something just for character assassination because they got a notice from SEBI which pointed at all the irregularities and what they have done in terms of insider trading in a sort of a way, or maybe market manipulation, because they sold short, then they released a report with lot of fake news and innuendos, and then tried to crash the market and make money. And they did all that, and SEBI has taken up the case. Now, the matter against Adani was monitored by a committee appointed by the Supreme Court. SEBI has done a full discharge of its duty and obligation. And in that duty and obligation, there's no role for the chairperson because it has been done by another member of SEBI independently. The entire data, everything has been shown in the report to that committee. The committee has said, okay. Then it has been filed with the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has said, okay. So I don't understand what is the issue. It is just character assassination. And some people are sensationalizing, saying you should have made disclosure, conflict of interest. Where is the conflict of interest if you have no conflict of interest? Because you have no investment. Now, let me tell you one thing. If there's a Supreme Court judge hearing a case against, let us say, State Bank of India, and the Supreme Court judge had 100 shares of State Bank of India 5 years back and sold it, should the Supreme Court judge not hear the case? There's no conflict of interest because their investment is independent. But if you are advised somebody as a lawyer, then of course there could be a conflict of interest. I don't say there is. So everybody is raising conflict of interest, conflict, explaining what is the conflict. There cannot be any conflict because the fund you invested never made investment in any of them. There is no connection.
Absolutely, Mr. Pai. Also, you've put forward a very interesting tweet, and I read that out. You said that asset declaration are not made by Supreme Court judges, yet they judge. And even if asset declaration is made by SEBI top brass, it will only be current investments. When she joined SEBI, there was no investment in that fund, and that fund had no investment in Adani companies. So what will such a declaration show? This is an important tweet, sir. Help us understand this.
Look, our Supreme Court judges, as far as I know, don't give their assets and liability statement like MPs do. That's been a long-standing issue. There's a total lack of transparency. Yet we have faith in them. We have faith in them that they are judges, they will discharge the duty, right? Because there's no evidence to say there is no faith, right? Now, a regulator is not a Supreme Court judge, but a regulator is placed in a position where they are fiduciary persons who have to discharge the legal obligation. We must have trust in them unless proved otherwise. And proving otherwise should have a high bar. Otherwise, everybody will throw mud at somebody to get some other decisions in their favor, right? Now, we have heard from the SEBI chairperson that they have made full declaration to SEBI. It will be on record in SEBI. There's a normal process for any senior member of the SEBI board that you make declaration. And when you make declaration, what do you declare? You declare current investment. Current investment, nothing is there. You said, this is what I have today. You look at the MP declaration. MP declaration is when you contest for an MP, you have to make a declaration of assets. You give all the current assets today, what you want. You don't talk about any property that you bought 10 years back and you sold, right? So what is this conflict of interest? I don't understand. Right. So it is all bogus, is rubbish. They're just flinging. And Hindenburg has no credibility at all. It's a short seller. They are in the market to make money. Nothing wrong in making money. You must make money. They make big fake narratives. The SEC has taken regulatory action against them. And all these names in India are trying to support them for no reason. What is the reason? And people are saying, I see articles in the media by journalists writing that, oh, institution, there's conflict of interest. Where is the conflict of interest? Right. Even if Madhavi Buch has shown her statement to Supreme Court, what will be in the statement? What will be in the statement? My current investment. There is no current investment in that fund. Right. The fund is over. And the Adani investigation happened last year, right? Last year, the year before that, right? And this was redeemed in 2017 or 18. As 2017 or 18, there was no controversy. There was nothing about Adani. And the world was a very different place. And today, even if you file, you should have filed a Supreme Court. Supreme Court, okay, file a Supreme Court. What does Supreme Court see? Everything is here. What is there today? There is no conflict. I mean, these are specious, silly arguments. Right. We're wasting so much of time. Right. That is why, I made a suggestion in my tweet to the Prime Minister to say, as in the United States, we must have the Parliamentary Public Finance Committee. I think that the Committee on Public Finance, Joint Parliamentary Committee, we should have the regulators come and give evidence twice a year and give testimony and answer questions. We should have an institutional mechanism so that Parliamentary Committee can call the chairperson and say, hey, here is the controversy, please give your opinion, and have an open court. Otherwise, so that everybody knows the truth. That's the only way to solve it. Because this is all innuendo, you throw mud and you try to divert attention, you try to destroy institutions. And all of us in India should stand up against the destruction of our institution for no reason. For no reason. Right. Now, if there is evidence, strong evidence, I will be the first person to stand up and say, we should have an inquiry. I'll be the first person.
So you've been very objective, sir. We saw your tweets on the budget as well. But as somebody who has been instrumental in grooming young IT professionals with that largest training center in Mysore, tell us what is your advice to young people when they look at Hindenburg research? Because you use very interesting words. You say that it's a vulture fund short seller that clearly says that its intention is to short sell and make money. What is it that Indians need to guard against? And what's your advice to political parties who have been optimizing on this controversy for their own benefit?
Should read whatever has been published by them in that paper, understand the issues and ask questions. They must apply their mind and ask relevant questions. Like I've been asking this question, that today you file, they're saying, oh, you should file, there's conflict of interest. What is the conflict of interest? You have a conflict of interest if you have a direct investment in somebody and you hear the case. Yes, there is no such case. You have no conflict of interest if you have an investment in a fund and that fund invests somewhere. For example, you have an investment in a mid-cap fund and the mid-cap fund has invested in Adani some 2-3%. Do you have any conflict of interest? No, because you are not the decision maker. The fund is the decision maker, the fund man decision maker, you are no decision making authority. When you invest directly, you have a decision making authority. So young people should apply their mind, be logical, be data oriented, and not be carried away by the sensationalization, not be party to those people who want to destroy our system by running fake narratives, because they must do that. And my response to political parties is, be responsible political parties, don't get into fake narratives, don't work with vulture fund short sellers who are trying to destroy your markets and make money. I mean, these are vulture funds. He says very clearly, we are in the market to short stocks. Fine, that's okay. Anybody can short. But when shorting, you release fake information, fake narratives, all kind of things without any substance and a thing. That means those people are trying to use you to hurt Indians and destroy your markets and make money. And by you taking up them and going along with the narrative, what are you trying to do? You're supporting them against your own people. Your responsibility is to your voters. How do you protect your voters? Yes, markets have to be transparent. Is there any question of lack of transparency? No. Is there any conflict of interest? Apply your mind and no. Because tomorrow you could be accused. I've seen one leader of the opposition have stocks in many companies, right? If the government or any state government where his party is in power takes a decision in respect of those companies by giving them some land, is there no conflict of interest? You have a stock in company ABC, then your party ruling in the state, they go ask for land, you give land, you got a conflict of interest. Anybody can say that. Now, till where you'll go? I think be reasonable, be grown up, earns people respect by taking up right causes, not this kind of thing, supporting a vulture fund from outside who has no credibility whatsoever. And look at the damage. Right. I just read a tweet which said that Hindenburg gave a report at some 10:50 or something like that, and immediately Jairam Ramesh, tweeted with a full report, this thing, 25 minutes later. How could it work? I mean, they're all working in concert. Hindenburg and all these people, many other people seem to be working in concert. I don't know. I want to see evidence. But the tweet itself shows some evidence. Look at the timing of the tweet when the report was released, and look at the response from Jairam Ramesh on behalf of his party. Look at the time. I mean, it shows that he had inside information. Now, is that true? I don't know. Somebody must investigate to find out. Why are you working with people who want to hurt your own people? Right. You're responsible to your voters. Is this in voters' interest? It's not in voters' interest, because there is nothing in that and the market has said very clearly, the market has responded. Market ignores this. All market players have come out and said this is rubbish. Absolutely. All market players. I've not seen a single market player say, oh, do this, except some leftist journalists who don't apply the mind, who want to act like a big people. I was on a TV interview with a lawyer. He's making some very specious arguments. Conflict of interest, conflict of interest. By the repeating conflict of interest 100 times, it doesn't happen, right? There's got to be evidence. Right. It shows non-application of mind, and deliberately non-application of mind, or no mind being there. Right. I mean, if you're dumb and you have no mind, you will repeat like a parrot.
Yes. Mr. Pai, investors, like you rightly said, have also shrugged off the Hindenburg report findings because, clearly we saw the markets have not really responded the way they did when Hindenburg had this first hit-and-run attempt. This is the second attempt. Would you say that the Indian investor now is mature and evolved and knows what is good for him, sir?
The Indian investor has always been mature. I mean, I don't see anything. Look, last time when the Adani stocks were hammered, it happened because of high valuation at that point of time. Please remember, the market becomes more and more sensitive when valuations go up beyond a point. Then any news, leads to hammering and short selling in the local market, right? Any bad news. Markets go up on greed and fear. Greed takes the market up. Suddenly some fear happens somewhere. The fear may be unknown. Fear may be not relevant. People start selling. So that is emotion. It happened there. It's okay. And I think it's good that it happened there because, the market stabilized for that particular stock. The rest of the market was not bothered. And there was nothing. I mean, nobody lost money. Who lost money in India when Adani stocks were hammered? I don't know who lost money, right? None of the mutual funds lost money. None of the banks lost money. The banks are given large amounts of loan and the loans are being serviced. The cash flows are very good. The industry is doing well. So what is the big issue? If you have an issue, okay, fine. And there was an investigation. When the Supreme Court monitored investigation was concluded, what is the big point? I mean, what are you trying to prove? Can you say that you are over and above the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court should do what you want it to do. I mean, there's no way to, make a statement in society, right? I mean, we got to be logical, right? We got to be logical. See, why I dislike this is an attack on SEBI, attack on the state, attack on the country.
Right. Why is it an attack on the country, sir? Because everyone has been talking about this economic anarchy and how this is really bad for the country. But help us understand, especially the young people, how something like this, narratives that we see as fake, experts like you call fake. Tell me, how does this impact the nation and what are the things that we need to be careful about?
Look, this is an attack on SEBI, a SEBI chairperson. You're questioning the credibility of SEBI without evidence, without any data, just making sweeping allegations which are fake. And what you have tried to do, you're trying to reduce the confidence that investors, both Indian and overseas, have in the regulator. Confidence in the regulator to regulate the market is important, right? That's what you're trying to do. And that's what we've got to guide against. We got to guide against that because SEBI has a very good track record of transparency. Its regulations making process is the most transparent anywhere in the world. Okay? It's much more transparent than the Reserve Bank of India. It's the most transparent regulator we have in the country. And we should give them credit for that. The chairperson has no role to play in influencing any regulations because it's done through a process. Now you make all kinds of allegations on the individual and that means an attack. I won't go far to say it's attack on the economy and all that because investors, Indian and national and institutions are very knowledgeable. Overseas investor will read the allegation, they laugh at it and say this is rubbish.
Right.
Our institutional investors will look at it and say this is rubbish. They all know it, they can read. They are their people look at data and others.
Yes.
But ordinary people may get carried away by the narrative.
Right.
And that should stop because I think, if people get carried away with the narrative and do some fake narrative, you show there is no mind, there is no application of mind, you feel sorry for such people. But you see, it's a waste of all our time. So much political time is being wasted, so much media time is being wasted, so much time of the regulator is being wasted, which you can do for something. So my advice to young people is go by data and facts, go by logic, go by reason, read it yourself, ask relevant questions and come to any conclusion. Now, after that you come to a conclusion, something, okay, that's your view, fine, it's your view. But apply your mind first. Don't get carried away by fake narrative because a lot of people are trying to control your mind. Social media, all these people are trying to control your mind. Don't fall a victim to them. You have a mind. You have intelligence. You have the power of reason. Apply that. That's a good thing for you.
That's a very important advice. Thank you, Mr. Pai, for joining us. It was great chatting with you. Thank you so much for your very critical and important insights. Moving on to a very important story, the story that is dominating headlines today, the Kolkata rape and murder case. The Calcutta High Court now has questioned the principal's appointment to a new college. The High Court has asked state government, why is it protecting the principal? Protesting doctors have also asked the same question. In fact, protesting doctors have been asking police to solve the case by Wednesday, and they've questioned the 7-day deadline that has been given to Kolkata Police. I have my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us with more details on this. Saurabh, we saw this case of the principal saying that the victim was like a daughter to him. He's pained by the tragedy, but within hours of resigning, he was transferred to one of those, other reputed colleges, medical colleges of Kolkata. Tell us, why did this move happen? Why did the state government have to do something like this? Because clearly this is a defense of an official who is under scrutiny, and what has the court said today?
Well, there are a couple of big developments in the Calcutta High Court. One is the parents of the victim at the Arjikor Medical College and Hospital, the second-year postgraduate student who was brutally raped and murdered. Her parents have moved to Calcutta High Court and have sought a court-monitored probe, which is different from a CBI probe, which have been sought in several other petitions, including one filed by the leader of opposition. Apart from that, what do we know? Well, what we also know is that the court has come down heavily on the reappointment of Shandip Ghosh, who resigned as the principal of Arjikor Medical College and Hospital after students protested against what they call were comments that resulted in victim shaming. And he was reappointed as the principal of another reputed medical college and hospital, Now the Calcutta High Court has come down heavily on that. The Calcutta High Court said it was surprised that someone who owned moral responsibility and resigned was reappointed within hours. And therefore the court has asked him to go on long leave. The court has also asked his lawyer to produce his resignation letter and the reappointment document in court. The court has also asked the police to present case diary of this case at 1 p.m. The hearing will resume at 1 p.m. This is a batch of PILs that have been filed in the Calcutta High Court on this issue, and several other issues came up. In fact, the state lawyer has said and told the court that their investigation is completely transparent. They will file a report on every aspect of the investigation, including points that have been raised from the bar but were not necessarily in the petitions. The court has also asked all the petitioners, including the parents, to serve a copy to the state lawyer or the government pleader in this case, and therefore this is something that is going to be also playing out in the courts apart from the hospitals. And the court has very importantly made this statement that patients are suffering, hospital functionality has been affected, but one must take into view the viewpoints of doctors. A colleague of theirs has been brutally raped and killed. The state should engage in dialogue with them. One has to listen to what the doctors are saying, is what the Calcutta High Court has also said, while expressing concern over the effect on hospitals as a result of these strikes. But more importantly, the big breaking news out of the Calcutta High Court is that the case diary of this case has to be presented in court by 1 p.m. and the principal of IIT Medical College and Hospital, Shundeep Ghosh, who resigned owning moral responsibility but was reappointed within hours, has now been asked to go on long leave by the court, and his lawyer has been asked to produce his resignation letter and the reappointment document immediately.
Right. Thank you, Saurabh Gupta, for joining us with those details. The Calcutta High Court's asking some very stringent questions to the state government if it is really defending the principal of the Car Medical College, who has been now moved to another college, another medical college. In fact, I have my colleagues Shreya, who is reporting from the RML Hospital in New Delhi. We have Anuj reporting from Mumbai and Gurpreet from Haryana. Remember that doctors across the country are protesting. They are striking against what happened in Kolkata. They are demanding security protocols be put in place, especially for female medical professionals in hospitals. They are also demanding a central law that protects the lives of doctors against assaults of any kind. To you, Shreya, first, tell us what is the sentiment on ground? RML Hospital is one of those very important hospitals. People from across the country come there. There are patients who are facing problems or facing challenges, whose surgeries have been stalled, clearly because elective services have been stalled. And of course, there are concerns of the doctors that are at the forefront, which have been highlighted with this unfortunate, tragic, horrific incident that happened in Kolkata. What are the doctors saying?
So I'm at AIIMS hospital right now, and this heinous crime that is taking place in Kolkata's busiest hospital, JKK Hospital, it has raised questions about the safety and security of resident doctors, who are the junior doctors, who are overworked, underpaid, and that safety facilities, the safety protocols are not in place. It's important to highlight the plight of these doctors. I'm joined by a fellow resident doctor, and please introduce yourself.
I am Dr. Ayushi. I work as junior resident in Department of Ophthalmology, AIIMS.
We understand that at AIIMS we have a world-class infrastructure. There are hostels for resident doctors. So during night duty and long hours shift, you can sort of take break and be at a safe spot. But what about doctors in other hospitals in the national capital?
Yeah, that's one of our prime reasons to protest about that we have everything, but what about our fellow doctors? What about our fellow residents? Which in State Medical College we have ourselves seen that there are no places for residents to rest, as well as not even basic amenities they have. They don't have 24-hour clock, messes to eat at, no in summers, how horrifying Delhi summers are. They don't even have a place to rest at where they can get some amount of like environment which is cool, etc. They can sleep for minutes in 48 hours or 72 hours shift, which is like quite a lot because they have to work non-stop. You can't do that without resting for at least 2 minutes and eating once a day. You can't survive without that. They don't even get that. Still, we don't complain because it's all about our patients. We think that we have to work first and rest is okay. If we get, it's okay. If we don't, that's okay. But whatever happened in Kolkata, it was really sad to see because she was working non-stop for 48 hours and in the amount of time she went for a break, she went to just to lie down for 5-6 minutes, whatever the time she went for, that happened, which was very sad to see. It's disheartening to see also that despite all the strike, etc., everything was blamed on the victim, which was even more, it was one sadder part on the behalf of everyone involved, that how can you blame someone who has worked his whole youth selflessly in the need for the needy, for the patients, for the people who suffer. You can't do that to them. You can't.
Right. So it's also important to raise question about the infrastructure. So it's important to have enough infrastructure in these state-run government hospitals, because it is the taxpayers' money that is going, and where is this money being utilized? That is a very important question. And you also mentioned that why do you think there is this lack of better facilities, lack of better infrastructure in these state-run hospitals? Do you think there is this unwillingness on the part of the government to contribute in healthcare, to sort of improve the healthcare? Although we have these tall claims being made by government that we are getting free healthcare, but what about the conditions, the living conditions of the health?
I am not sure about where all the money goes, but I can talk about it. It's very basic to give us all we are demanding. We are not demanding for hi-fi 5-star hotels or anything else. We are demanding for basic DDRs, for basic places to rest at, basic places to eat. That's it. I will urge government to give us all that. And yeah, the investment in health in India is quite lower than Western countries. It's not about a certain group of people I want to point about, because it's the change which should come from everyone, not just from one person. If it's the whole country who needs to just change the condition of hospitals we are getting treated at, the doctors who are living in it. Yeah.
What do you have to say about the fact that resident doctors, they are always in a closer proximity to the patients, and more often than not we have seen patients getting overwhelmed with grief and assaulting the doctor, physically attacking the doctor. Don't you think there should be a safety protocol in place to avoid this?
Yeah, we want Central Protection Act just because of these settings, because a resident faces the patients first, listens to their complaints the first, spends the maximum time with them, because we are the people staying in OPD, in ward, in OT, in post-ops, in every place we are there. So they talk to us the maximum, they interact with us the maximum. So we would also like that we should stay in a protected bubble, because if we are afraid, we can't help them. If someone is, I will give an example, if someone is near death and I know that if I take the patient and the patient dies, the relatives will blame me, will assault me, will harm me. So why would I take the risk? If we are protected, that we know that if we are going to go till every extent, we will help them with all our might, which we can.
And do you ever do you ever end up questioning your whole contribution to the people? Do you ever feel that do you ever feel unsafe or not, or being taken granted? This feeling of being taken granted by the patients, by the people around you. And what do you have to say about the fact that so many of these young doctors, because of these lack of facilities and infrastructure, as you pointed out, they leave the country, they go abroad, and they serve some other country because they're getting the better living conditions?
Yes, of course. I question myself 1,000 times whenever I see crimes like these happening, because I have spent now it's my 10th year of life which I am studying continuously. So I actually question it. I don't question it always because I love my job. I love taking care of patients. But whenever something like this happens, I always question that whom I am doing this, at what cost I am doing this. I don't want to die. I want to live. I don't want to see my fellow mates suffer just because they want to help. Because someone who wants to help should also be helped. It's not like it's a one-sided story that we help people but people assault us, people harm us just because they feel like. We also want. I also have a family. I have my parents. I have my siblings who love me. I would also like to be happily working around.
Do you think there should be better hostel facilities in other state-run government hospitals?
Yes, I agree with that. I also agree that we should at least give basic amenities like everyone else get to a doctor also. Despite, we don't demand, as I told you previously, we don't demand 5-star hotels or anything else. We just demand basic amenities. That's what we should get, I think that.
For speaking to NDTV. So, as you heard from a fellow resident doctor, that the plight of these doctors is something that needs to be highlighted, and such gruesome crimes like these kind of resurfaces the question of the living conditions of and the working conditions of the resident doctors, and they demand better infrastructure, better resting rooms,
Right.
CCTV cameras, changing rooms, street lights, and these are the basic things that they're demanding, and they have been working tirelessly, selflessly, without demanding much. But cases
Absolutely.
like these make them question at what cost are they contributing.
Right. Thank you, Shreya, for getting us those very important voices from AIMS. Anuj, over to you next. You know, a lot of voices that Shreya also got pointed out to two different things. One is that the amenities that the junior doctors have are clearly not adequate because, you know, they are the ones taking the maximum burden of medical services in the country. And of course, there is this question of safety. We saw what happened in Kolkata inside a hospital. So clearly, what are the doctors in Mumbai asking for? Mumbai is also considered one of the safest cities for women in India, and doctors seem to be resonating with what really happened in Kolkata.
You see, here in Mumbai, the protests have kind of taken a heat right since the morning. We saw today morning JJ Hospital had some protests, and here we are at the KEM Hospital where several major hospital doctors have come down here, and we can see the intensity of the protests here. We will try to talk to a few of these people about what they are protesting about. So one of the slogans that is going, that many people are shouting here is, "We want justice." Now the perpetrator in Kolkata's crime has been arrested by the police. What is exactly that you mean by justice in this particular case?
Justice means justice should be swift. Justice delayed is justice denied. The perpetrators of such heinous act that happened with the resident doctor who was working in her 36-hour duty, they should be caught. And if they are caught, they should be met with severe capital punishment so that no such incident is repeated ever again in the history of India. We should be providing safe working environment to all the female resident doctors. The one who is saving lives she is getting brutally murdered and killed in the same hospital premises where she is working. Then what are we expecting with the society, where we are heading as a society? We should be really thinking about that. Today, we, the residents of KEM Hospital, are standing here in solidarity with the young girl who was brutally murdered and raped in RGK Medical College, Kolkata. And we want that all the demands of RGK residents be met. And we want the perpetrators should be severely, strictly given capital punishment and nothing short of that.
Tell me that as a female doctor, you have seen the industry very closely. So how would you like to comment on the state of security being provided, especially to female doctors here in Mumbai or across India?
So all the campuses that are across Mumbai, in all the government hospitals at least, the campus is actually quite widespread. So there are going to be spots where there are no lights or there is no security. So at entrances, even though there is security, while we go from our hostels to the building where we're supposed to work at any point there could be patients' relatives, there could be other people who have entered the hospital by saying that they require treatment and might not have come for the same thing. There could be people who come to the hospital on a daily basis and just, scout for victims and then enter the hospital when they know that we are going to be out and vulnerable and alone, and then come and attack like it happened in that case. Because the perpetrator in that case, as is allegedly suggested, is a person who was in the security as a volunteer or whatever, but he was in the security. So he had a way to track where the female resident was resting. So to have somebody being attacked in the premises, in a place where we think we are safe, in a place where we think, which is our second home. As resident doctors, we are expected, or we stay in the hospital for most part of the day. We rarely go home. So it is like a second home. And being unsafe at home is a feeling that nobody can explain. It is just wrong. Like the least we can expect at our workplace is safety, as it would be elsewhere. So when we work long hours, when we go for calls at night, having to look over our shoulders to see if we are safe is not right, because we're trying to help people. When we go to help people, we should have that feeling of safety, that whatever our intentions are, we will not be harmed at the end of the day.
Okay. Finally, tell me, what are the immediate, of course, we are looking at justice being served as far as Kolkata case is concerned, but what are the other demands that you would like to bring to light through this particular movement? Anything that has to do with doctors here in Mumbai, doctors here in Maharashtra, or is it just a general protest for the awareness, about the increasing safety, or are there any other issues that you would like to highlight through this?
The implementation of Central Protection Act for all the healthcare workers all across India, so that such incidents is not repeated. Day in and day out, there are news of doctors getting beaten up while they are working. We have sacrificed so much in our lives, and then we are getting this in return. This is not done. This is against humanity. We are here to save people. We should not be met with such a brutality.
The whole point of a punishment is that it should not be like, the whole point of doctors protesting is that nowadays, with the increasing incidence of abuse against doctors, this is something heinous, murder and rape. But it's very common among hospitals in Mumbai, hospitals across India, where there's abuse against doctors are considered normal. A lot of times victim shaming is done. Doctors are being blamed for things that are a part of our duty, a part of our job. So we are trying to make sure that people understand that what's happening. If it's not okay at your workplace, why is it okay at ours? That's the only thing that we're asking people right now. It's not a fight for doctors, it's a fight for everyone. Health for one is health for all.
It's a fight for everyone. Is the catch line here from the young female doctors at the KEM hospital. You see, the crowd is not just of the KEM hospital, but also of a Nair hospital, of the hospitals close by here in the city, who've all come together to protest in one voice, and their demands are as basic as something that we've been reiterating since yesterday, that is increased security personnel, safer space for women doctors to rest or to sleep if they are working at night, or enough CCTV cameras and a proper and efficient surveillance system being put into place. Is it too much to ask for? Is the major question that the female doctors, or rather all the doctors here in Mumbai, are asking at this moment.
Thank you, Anuj, for getting us those voices clearly, from a central law to protect all medical professionals and to waiting rooms and security protocols. There are clearly many demands that the doctors are asking for, and clearly all of them really seem justified to me. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has
Welcome back. The Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, IIT Madras, has once again emerged as the top institution in India, securing the #1 position in overall and engineering categories in the National Institutional Ranking Framework 2024. IIT Madras has maintained its top position in the overall category for the 6th year in a row, spanning from 2019 to 2024, while the institute has secured #1 spot in the engineering category for the 9th consecutive year from 2016 to 2024. NDTV's Sam Daniel spoke to IIT Madras Director Professor K. Kamakoti, and this is what he said.
IIT Madras has been ranked yet again #1 for the 6th consecutive time under the overall category and for the 9th consecutive time under the engineering category. With me, Professor V. Kamakoti, IIT Madras' director. Professor, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. You seem to be doing something very right compared to other institutes across the country. What's that recipe?
The recipe is quite simple. As I've been telling in the past, and I'll continue to tell, that we have been working as a cohesive unit. All the stakeholders, students, faculty, staff, alumni, the state government, the central government, the different ministries of central government who are funding us, then our industry partners, all have been working on something with a common objective, which basically addresses the academic needs of the country, the research and innovation needs of the country. I think that focus has kept the flag flying high.
What would this mean for students of IIT Madras, particularly in terms of placements, in terms of salary packages?
Out of the 5 major parameters on which we are ranked, there are sub-parameters in which it will be around 70 plus, etc. At least 80% of them are basically concentrated towards student welfare. Like as you mentioned, there's a median salary, the teacher-student faculty ratio, then the number of scholarships that we are giving, online resources that we have put. It's not just IIT now, our BS Data Science is spread, our Swayam Plus initiatives are spread. So many things actually come as a part of this evaluation. So it is not just we are looking at IIT Madras per se, we are looking at the entire student community per se also.
For recruiters, what would this mean?
Recruiters, this means that we are doing a lot of things right. So that we have maintained the research in the second spot, we have maintained our innovation in the second spot, and we are seeing a significant sort of maintaining the same spot over years in spite of all global slowdown and other general market issues. Our median salary has remains almost the same.
Right.
So all these things essentially mean that there's something right happening here, and the students are being educated on the correct thing, and so the trend is going to be at least the same, and if not, it's going to improve.
In innovation and research, IIT Bombay and Indian Institute of Science, they've emerged number 1.
Yes.
These are areas where you need to develop or improve?
So research is, of course, research has a multiple facets. One is, many times we are now looking at what we call as translational research, where in terms of, today we are encouraging faculty to spend significant amount of time after they finish the research to patent it and then go for publication.
Right.
So that way, this is a very, thin line, where I want more startups versus I need more citations. So if my research is going to take, say, 6-8 months before I could go and publish, because I want to see that it is coming out almost like a patentable idea rather than just a idea on paper, then I may have to compromise on the citation per faculty.
Right.
So these are some things that are happening, and IIT is also predominantly a teaching oriented institution, where research is also done. It's not that we have not, and we are seeing good, we have been number 2 anyway. Okay. So IIC has a much more research oriented institute, where research gets very high priority. So that is probably the reason why we are always number 2 there. But we are aspiring to become number 1, and we will continue that. But there are a lot of good things that we learn. Specifically on the innovation, we also see that how many of those companies have gone to very great heights. I think some very IIT Bombay's startups have seen a steeper growth, which we will over a period of time. So it's a very, very healthy competition that we have with these two institutes.
This is an annual exercise.
Yes.
Is the race to improve your slots, improve your ranking? Could it dilute standards? Because you may want to try to get all the boxes ticked. You may get wider but not deeper in terms of quality.
No. That's what I'm saying. We have only 5 parameters, but each of these parameters have such a depth that I can't score in that parameter unless I do well in those things. For example, today I must, in principle, I must see certain, even if you take innovation, there is also some, it's not just the number or quantitative, it's also the qualitative. That's what NIRF over a period of time from 2016 till today, the way it has evolved is that it has seen to it that, each of these parameters are well quantified and also qualified. So
IIT Madras ranks #1 in the country, but globally in the QS rankings, you still rank 228th. 27th. Okay. What are the challenges in that?
So that's what as I told
you told me earlier you were not happy with the disappointing answer, you said.
Yeah, it was I think, but now we will work. It's not that we are going to give up on that. We will continue to work with QS to understand where we are.
Right.
See, many of the things basically come as a part of, perception there. Perception is given a very, very high number there.
Right.
So we would like to start working on how do we build that perception. That's not under my control. Somebody has to say that they remember me when asked for a thing. But other parameters like sustainability, we had been immensely benefited by sustainability, and there's also a sustainability, as the Honorable Minister yesterday mentioned, there's a sustainability vertical that's going to be created in NIRF also. See, NIRF, Sam, is basically reflecting what we need to do for the country. That's right. Correct? There are certain responsibilities. Right? I have to work for the GER. I have to work for, so online resources is coming up very bigly. I have to work for a lot more other things where we are a large democracy, and as a higher education institution, we have certain very important responsibilities. We are the most youthful nation.
Right.
So lot things that we need to take forward at this point of time. Right. And what we see in QS is a sort of a global, they treat what is expected out of a US university in US, the same thing an Indian university in India.
They responded. Are you happy with the explanation?
They have not, no.
They mailed us saying that you have actually gone up in your ranks, that they have acknowledged the changes you have brought in, the areas where you have improved.
I have not seen that mail, but we need to certainly work on it. We will work with QS and see where we can take it forward, right?
Lastly, Professor, one observation is that all the top ranking institutes, the top 3 at least, all of them are government run, central government run. Is there an inherent bias towards government institutions? No private have come to the top position.
In the dental, you had Savita. Savita is #1 in dental.
Dental, okay.
Yeah. So in I think there are a lot in, I think in skill also, I think it was a private institution. I also see the private in the top 10 for sure. And all the institutions that have come in the top have been existing for say 60 years to 100 years, right? IIC has a century. We have almost 6 to 7 decades of experience, right? So that is also another point. And we have refined, as you look at 20s, from the time of its inception, different categories have come into place, different things have been put into place. Now
unlimited funding from the central government helps?
It's not unlimited. It comes with its own. Right. And as you had actually asked during multiple interviews, we have this, in Tamil we say, varavu ettana selavu pattana. Whenever a funding comes, actually it's based on an expenditure that we need to incur. So as we start growing, the funding has to grow. Funding is directly proportional to the growth, right, of the institute. The more we get as funding, the more we can grow. But everything involves money. Every step that we do involves some amount of expenditure and infrastructure development.
What next?
What next? So we will start working for next year. So it's like, it's like an annual budget for us, right? So we have to carefully look at, 2 things which will be helpful for both our ranking, NIRF and QS. We have to look at more international relationship and publications, that we will start looking at it. And graduation outcomes, which we need to do. It's not 1 year, last year I did, I can keep quiet here. Graduation outcome is, placement, median salary, all those things are very important. And we have started internship, and it all starts with internship. So we need to get so that whole thing is started.
How's the placements going on this academic year?
Internships have been very good. And we are seeing more interns in the core area. And that is, that's my job, like we need to. But our entrepreneurship is also going very well.
Startup
100.
Professor, congratulations again and thank you very
Sam.
much.
Thank you very much.
That was Professor V. Kamakuti, the director of IIT Madras, talking to us, as the institute has yet again been ranked #1 overall and under the engineering category. At the IIT Madras with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find It TV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we are tracking here at NDTV at this hour. Kolkata rape and murder case reaches court. Parents of victim move Calcutta High Court. Parents of victim demand court-monitored probe. High Court questions principal's appointment to new college. Says why protecting principal. Nation. Nationwide protest against Kolkata rape and murder case. Doctors demand CBI probe and safety in hospitals. Calcutta High Court takes note, asks state to engage in talks with doctors. Rajasthan video shocker. Man ties and drags wife on his bike. Rajasthan police have now arrested the accused. Dera chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim walks out of jail once again. Rape and murder convict gets 21-day furlough ahead of the elections due in Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. Ex-Infosys CFO Mohandas Pai speaks to NDTV, calls out the Hindenburg report. Mohandas Pai says that the report lacks credibility and it is a bid to disrupt the Indian markets and there is no conflict of interest. And it is a homecoming for the Indian Olympic contingent from the Paris Olympics. Indian hockey team was welcomed at the Delhi airport amid fanfare. Meanwhile, wrestler Aman Sehrawat spoke to NDTV, said bronze medal motivated him to excel. Now let's look at what's happening in the Calcutta rape and murder story. Now the Calcutta High Court has ordered Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, former principal of RG Hospital, to take an extended leave following the brutal rape and murder of a doctor on the campus. He was appointed as principal of Calcutta National Medical College within hours of his resignation. The court has also asked for the case diary by 1 p.m. in the RG rape and murder case. Now, the court, while stating, said that if the principal has stepped down owing moral responsibility rather serious, that he is rewarded within 12 hours with another appointment. There is an apprehension that with lost time, there is something that will go wrong. Now, a two-member team from the National Commission for Women also visited the RG Hospital. They met the family of the victim yesterday. Sample the reaction coming in.
अभी मैं अथॉरिटी से भी बात किया है, प्लस स्टूडेंट्स रिप्रेजेंटेटिव से भी हमने बात किया है, तो उन्होंने जो डिमांड रखा है, अथॉरिटी ने कुछ समय मांगा है ताकि उनका डिमांड अथॉरिटी कंप्लीट कर पाए। तो आप लोग भी थोड़ा कोऑपरेट करें कि अथॉरिटी भी जो अपना जो स्टूडेंट्स की डिमांड है वो लोग फुलफिल कर पाएंगे कुछ दिन में। और हमारे तरफ से हमने ये रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि जल्द से जल्द अकॉर्डिंग टू द प्रोसीजर ऑफ द लॉ ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन और जो इस केस से रिलेटेड है ये जल्द से जल्द कंप्लीट करें।
Now my colleague Saurabh Gupta will take us through what happened inside the court.
Well, there are a couple of big developments in the Calcutta High Court. One is the parents of the victim at the RG Medical College and Hospital, the second-year postgraduate student who was brutally raped and murdered. Her parents have moved the Calcutta High Court and have sought a court-monitored probe, which is different from a CBI probe, which has been sought in several other petitions, including one filed by the Leader of Opposition. Apart from that, what do we know? Well, what we also know is that the court has come down heavily on the reappointment of Sandeep Ghosh, who resigned as the principal of RG Medical College and Hospital after students protested against what they call were comments that resulted in victim shaming. And he was reappointed as the principal of another reputed medical college and hospital. Now the Calcutta High Court has come down heavily on that. The Calcutta High Court said it was surprised that someone who owned moral responsibility and resigned was reappointed within hours. And therefore the court has asked him to go on long leave. The court has also asked his lawyer to produce his resignation letter and the reappointment document in court. The court has also asked the police to present case diary of this case at 1 p.m. The hearing will resume at 1 p.m. This is a batch of PILs that have been filed in the Calcutta High Court on this issue, and several other issues came up. In fact, the state lawyer has said and told the court that their investigation is completely transparent. They will file a report on every aspect of the investigation, including points that have been raised from the bar but were not necessarily in the petitions. The court has also asked all the petitioners, including the parents, to serve a copy to the state lawyer or the government pleader in this case, and therefore this is something that is going to be also playing out in the courts apart from the hospitals. And the court has very importantly made this statement that patients are suffering, hospital functionality has been affected, but one must take into view the viewpoints of doctors. A colleague of theirs has been brutally raped and killed. The state should engage in dialogue with them. One has to listen to what the doctors are saying, is what the Calcutta High Court has also said, while expressing concern over the effect on hospitals as a result of these strikes. But more importantly, the big breaking news out of the Calcutta High Court is that the case diary of this case has to be presented in court by 1 p.m. and the principal of RG Medical College and Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, who resigned owning moral responsibility but was reappointed within hours, has now been asked to go on long leave by the court, and his lawyer has been asked to produce his resignation letter and the reappointment document immediately.
Now, this is not just it. Doctors across the country have refused to return to work except for emergency procedures as they protest against the rape and murder of the 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata. Nationwide protests are underway. Protesting doctors are asking police to solve the case by Wednesday, and they're also questioning the 7-day deadline given by the Mamata Sarkar. They also demand an apology from the police, claiming that rumors are being spread about the investigation. Take a look at the reactions coming in, and also my colleagues Tanishq and others spoke to the protesting doctors.
यहाँ पे हम अपने पैर का इलाज कराने हैं, हमारा अभी अपॉइंटमेंट है, और जब हम आए तो हमको पता चला कि यहाँ पे धरना है। अब ये बताइए कि हम 400 किलोमीटर से अगर आएंगे, हम अपने पैर का इलाज कैसे कराएंगे? इतना पब्लिक बाहर है, ये लोग धरना दे रहे हैं। धरना दें, इनके हक का लड़ाई है, अपना लड़ें, लेकिन कम से कम बाहर जाके लड़ें। ये जो पब्लिक यहाँ पे खड़ी है, ये कहाँ से आई है, किसको ये लोग समझ रहे हैं, नहीं समझ रहे हैं? ये बताइए, ये पब्लिक का दर्द कौन समझेगा? हम इतना दूर से रात भर जग के आए हैं, चाहे आम पब्लिक कहाँ से आई है, कोई लखनऊ की तो प्रॉपर्ट आदमी है नहीं, लेकिन जो लोग आए हैं इनके दर्द को कौन समझेगा? कौन देगा इनको न्याय? हम इनको भी जस्टिस चाहिए, हमको जस्टिस कौन दे रहा है? हम किससे मांगे? हम खोल रहे हैं तो खुला नहीं रहे हैं, लोग लगा दिए बोर्ड की बंद करो, क्लोज करो। I'm right now outside the gate of OPD in KGMU of Lucknow, King's George Medical College or King's George Medical University. Now all the resident doctors have come and sat in the protest in front of the OPD gate to of course restrict the entry in the OPD. Now sometime back the doctors were protesting inside and the gate had been closed. To of course which a lot of people were angry, saying that the gates should be opened and they've come here from far off districts for treatment. So the gates have been opened, but the resident doctors have withdrawn from OPD services and have sat outside the OPD gate and protesting. You can of course see the placards over here, all of them with the slogans, we want justice, we want justice, no safety, no service. So one of the key demands, apart from a thorough CBI inquiry and compensation for the victims, is that there should be increased safety and security for doctors, because time and again we have seen a lot of people attack doctors as well. So of course this goes beyond what happened in Kolkata. Of course a horrific crime in Kolkata, and their main demand is a thorough inquiry, accountability and compensation for victims' family, and apart from that, increased safety and security for doctors. You can see over there, all of them are protesting, holding placards, and the UPRDA, Uttar Pradesh Residents Doctor Association, is calling it Nirbhaya 2.0. Nirbhaya 2 is what UPRDA is calling it. So the protest is going to continue until their demands are met. With camera person Virendra Kumar Saini, Tanish Punjabi for NDTV.
Now, not just doctors are listing out several demands, including more safety and security inside the campus, among others. Take a look.
And it's not only in RML, in all the hospitals across Delhi, and in fact all the hospitals across India. The security forces that have to be there in the premises are not there. The adequate amount, the optimum amount, they are not there.
And today we stand in solidarity with all the doctors and all the residents across the country who are standing together in protest and voicing for the basic rights, the rights of a Central Protection Act, the right to hang the criminals, the right for workplace safety.
I deal with all sorts of patients. I feel threatened every moment. I feel threatened every night duty. I am literally scared to go to work from the moment I heard the incident. I am scared to do my night duties. So I can never feel safe again.
Each and every workplace we should feel safe at least first, and then we will look about can we give good care to the patients.
The strict punishment should be given to the criminal, the one who was responsible for the rape and murder of our colleague, plus Central Protection Act, which is still due. That we want that act, and we want the government, central government, state government, to ensure the safety of our residents who are working here continuously, especially the female residents, so that they can work. We are working tirelessly, so we can give our 100%. If we are not safe, how can we give our 100%?
Working environment peacefully हो, जहाँ हम safe feel करें, काम करने के लिए, हमें ड्यूटी आने के समय में हमें डर ना लगे करने के लिए.
हाँ, उस समय बीइंग अ फीमेल थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा डर लगता है. नाइट ड्यूटीज़ में स्पेशली थोड़ा और ज़्यादा डर होता है. मॉर्निंग में काफ़ी सारे लोग होते हैं हमारे साथ.
और मैं जनता से बस ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि क्या आप उस अस्पताल में इलाज कराना चाहते हैं जहाँ आपके ड्यूटी डॉक्टर के साथ रेप और मर्डर होता है, तो क्या आप वहाँ पे सेफ है? क्या आप सेफली वहाँ पे अपने मरीजों का इलाज कराने ले जा पाएंगे?
अभी देखिए, गार्ड्स और बाउंसर्स एम्प्लॉयड तो खैर है, लेकिन कभी कभी जब हम लोगों को रात में जाना पड़ता है कॉल्स देखने इमरजेंसी से, वो रास्ते पूरे खाली होते हैं. उस समय अगर कुछ हो गया तो कौन आंसरेबल है?
कि सीबीआई जांच हो मामले की, क्योंकि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने संडे तक का समय मांगा है, तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो तथ्य हैं, जो सबूत है, उनको मिटाने में लगी हुई है. तो हम उतना वेट नहीं कर सकते संडे तक, क्योंकि सारे सबूत ही मिट जाएंगे तो फिर सीबीआई जाके क्या करेगी. तो सीबीआई जांच तुरंत करवाई जाए. और दूसरी ये मांग कि सेंट्रल प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट लागू किया जाए. वो भी अभी तक हमें कोई ठोस इस तरह का सरकार की तरफ से कोई आश्वासन, कोई लिखित आश्वासन नहीं मिला है. तीसरा ये कि आरजीकर की जो अथॉरिटीज़ है, हायर अथॉरिटीज़, उनको हटाया जाए. तो हुआ ऐसा है कि प्रिंसिपल ने रिज़ाइन किया और वो सिर्फ एक ब्लफ था, क्योंकि प्रिंसिपल जिन्होंने रिज़ाइन किया उनको कलकत्ता नेशनल मेडिकल कॉलेज में एज अ प्रिंसिपल पोस्ट कर दिया गया है.
Now, my colleague Shreya Ghosh is joining me from AIIMS Delhi. AIIMS has also warned protesters to not gherao the area and not disrupt the facility. Now, Shreya, what's happening at AIIMS Delhi? What are the doctors demanding, and how is AIIMS authority tackling this?
Right. The situation here at AIIMS is quite stable and peaceful because the patients are being handled by the faculty members while the resident doctors are protesting quite silently, peacefully. Now they have dispersed. They a few minutes back they took a rally across the periphery of the institute and from gate 3 to gate 6, and now they have dispersed for some time and they will continue with their sit-in peaceful protest. And their main demand is, of course, a transparent, independent CBI inquiry, because the doctors across nation, they are not being able to trust the process of investigation. They feel there is this suspiciousness that certain information is being withheld, and besides that, they want a safety protocol to be in place. The resident doctors, they are the ones who are working tirelessly, selflessly all throughout the year, and this sudden heinous crime against one of the resident doctors, it just goes on to show that how they are working without any safety, security measures being put in place, and security measures in the sense that there should be enough resting rooms for doctors, where resident doctors who are overworked, underpaid, they are working for long hours, and they should have a certain designated room for them to take shelter in, and there should be enough CCTV cameras. Earlier I was at RML hospital. There the doctors shared how in certain areas CCTV cameras are absent, which can cause a certain level of insecurity and feeling of not being safe within the hospital premises. So CCTV cameras, enough changing rooms, sufficient number of changing rooms should be there for the women doctors, and of course the basic something as basic as security forces should be deployed within the hospital premises. Other than that, the resident doctors here at AIIMS sort of very passionately spoke about the plight of resident doctors, how they are, their some basic working conditions are at question. Of course, the whole attack which happened last year, like how there should be the Central Protection Act, which the protesters here highlighted, that should be in place, that should be passed, which back in 2019 it was discussed, but then it was not passed, and now the doctors are demanding for the Central Protection Act, wherein the patients will think twice before sort of attacking a doctor, because many times we have seen several cases show that how patients who are overwhelmed with grief or anger, the first thing that they end up doing is just take out their anger on the fellow doctor, and it is more often than not, it is the resident doctor who are at the closest proximity with the patient, and this Central Protection Act, if passed, will guarantee a safe, conducive environment for the resident doctors. And of course, we have seen that despite the entire COVID-19 induced pandemic period, where we saw the healthcare workers serving the nation, serving the people tirelessly, selflessly, and yet cases like these, when these kind of cases of heinous crimes against doctors resurface, the question comes upon how safe and how secured are the doctors here in India.
Absolutely, Shreya. Thank you so much for joining us and speaking to the doctors who are protesting. And one demand is clear, that they need security in the campus. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, shifting our focus to Punjab, where Dera Sacha Saudat's chief, Baba Ram Rahim, walked out of Rohtak Suneria jail after he was granted 21-day furlough by the Haryana government. Meanwhile, Punjab and Haryana High Court had quashed a petition and asked the state government to decide on granting relief to the Dera chief. Remember, Gurmeet Ram Rahim has a massive fan following in Punjab and Haryana, and after this only, whenever he gets furlough at the time of elections, remember the elections are due in Haryana as well as in Uttar Pradesh. A question that rises is, has this been done to appease one section of the society? My colleague Gurpreet Chinna joins us for more details. Take a look.
At the time when Vidhan Sabha elections are going to be happen in the state of Haryana, such type of relief to Gurmeet Ram Rahim has already put a lot of question mark over the state government. We have seen this time they had approached the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and finally High Court had asked the Haryana government to take a decision on this petition and the application which has been moved for getting the furlough and parole from the jail authority. We have seen this is the multiple time he is getting relief, and it's the 10th time he is going to get relief, and he is out of this scenario jail. We have seen earlier also SGPC, Shiromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee members, they have raised a question. They approached the Punjab and Haryana High Court, putting a question mark why such type of relief is being given to Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who has been charged for murder and rape, and he has been jailed for such a heinous crime. We have seen earlier, we had seen one report which has been given by the jail superintendent, and in that he has mentioned that he is enjoying the good character, and on that basis such type of relief has been given. Multiple time we have asked this question to the jail minister also, and the jail minister say it's the discretion of the commissioner of that area where this jail falls, and he is the final authority who is going to take a call on this thing, and he has a right and his right cannot be denied. But now the question is why the other inmates are not being given such type of relief by the jail authorities in Haryana.
Now let me shift your attention to a shocking video that has come from Rajasthan's Nagaur. A video that has gone viral. The months-old video shows a man riding his bike, dragging a woman who is tied to it. You can see the visuals on your screens. This is a woman who has been tied allegedly by her husband who is on the bike, and then he took a round around the village. Nobody stepped in, nobody came to help. The woman kept pleading, kept crying and kept screaming for help as she was dragged on the road. Her clothes fell apart, no one came to help her. What was the reason behind such a brutal action? We do not know, but the police have now identified this man that you can see on your screens. He is Prem Ram Meghwal. Cops are probing the reason behind this cruelty, suspecting it could be due to a family dispute or a case of buying a bride. Shocking it is, and shocking the visuals are. The police have taken this man into custody and have contacted the victim, who is now in Jaisalmer with her sister. My colleague Harsha Dwivedi is joining me for more details. Harsha, when did this incident took place and what was the reason behind it?
Well, you know, what we have been given to understand is that the police actually took suo motu cognizance of this incident when the video went viral. The video went viral just yesterday in Nagaur area. The police believe that this video was recorded 1 month back. I spoke to the Nagaur SP myself, Mr. Narayan Togas, and he told me that, you know, the police has immediately taken action. They have taken this man into custody. They have contacted the victim, and they have asked the victim to come to Nagaur so that they can register, proceed further in the case. The FIR has already been registered, he's told me. It's been registered under the IT Act, outraging the modesty of a woman and also carrying out an act which can actually endanger her life. So it almost amounts to murder. Also, you know, a very very disturbing aspect of this entire crime is what local people have told us, and what the police are also saying is that, you know, somewhere this woman was purchased. Apparently, she's not a bride from Rajasthan. She was purchased from somewhere outside the state. Now, unfortunately, some kind of these incidents are reported in Rajasthan where brides are purchased. This has been reported in Jhunjhunu, in Pali district, and even in Nagaur. So this is one such case. Police taking it very seriously, and they're waiting for the victim to come so they can further investigate this case.
But Harsha, this raises multiple questions on what is the government doing to curb such practices in Rajasthan then? Harsha, if you can hear me, this raises multiple questions, and my colleague was describing how this is a shocking case where a bride was allegedly purchased. This is a practice that is going on in Rajasthan, and you can see then how she was treated. These are shocking visuals that are coming in from Rajasthan's Nagaur. This video has gone viral. You can see the man brutally No sympathy to the girl. The victim can be seen there crying, screaming for help. Her clothes were torn off. She must have received and sustained multiple injuries on her body while she was being dragged around the village on the rocky surface. You can very well imagine the cruelty that she was subjected to. This video is from Rajasthan's Nagaur. The man you can see on your screens is allegedly the victim's husband. The man has been arrested now. Rajasthan police have taken him into custody. The man can be seen riding a bike. My colleague Harsha was describing how such disturbing practices are undergoing in Rajasthan, where a bride can be purchased. Then Harsha, what is the state government doing to curb such practices?
Well, this is definitely a case of human trafficking, and, in the past too, these cases have been reported, but largely they go unreported. You see, when any kind of a sale happens, then, both sides will not speak, the ones who received the money and the ones who've given this money. So if you remember, many years ago, there was a case of baby Falak, which had happened, and then they traced, the child had been attacked by the family. It was a very small baby, and then they actually traced the mother. And the original mother was recovered in Rajasthan's Jhunjhunu, where she had actually been trafficked and bought. So this practice of, going to another state and buying a bride, we believe in this case that 2 lakhs was paid to this woman. We are not sure which state she was from. Sources are saying that she could be from UP. Some sources are saying she could be from Bihar. So you see, human trafficking is a very difficult crime to crack unless, there is local sort of information, or, the victim herself comes forward to the police. That's when these kind of cases get cracked. But of course, definitely the police should actually, the beat constable, like in this case, the beat constable was asked to file the FIR. So if you're on a certain beat and you come to know through your local sources that a woman from outside a state has come forward, then perhaps the police should take suo motu cognizance. But like I said, very often the victims and the families who are purchasing these brides and the victims who become, who are sold, they very often don't speak up.
Rightly so, Harsha. Thank you for highlighting this cause of concern, and also this video is very disturbing for anybody to see. The man dragged his wife to his bike, and now the case of allegedly purchasing a woman from another state is coming to fore. We will be keeping a close track on what happens next. The man has been arrested, and this remains our focus here at NDTV. But for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Now, the West Bengal murder case and rape case has shocked the entire nation. The Calcutta High Court has ordered Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, former principal of RG Medical Hospital, to take an extended leave following the brutal rape and murder of a doctor on campus. He was appointed as principal of Calcutta National Medical College within hours of his resignation. The court has also asked for the case diary today in the RG rape and murder case. The court had come down heavily on the state government as well. And while highlighting the role of the Indian Medical Association, NDTV spoke to some of the doctors and the members. Take a look.
Sir, an incident, a horrific incident that happened in Kolkata, this rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor is resonating across the country with doctors. And the IMA has specifically demanded a legislation. 2019, there's a history to it. This bill was brought in and, of course, was shelved. Why do you think that this is the time to bring in this law which will ensure safety of medical professionals across the country? Because different states also have this law. Have they been effective on ground?
Yeah, 25 states, in fact, have a law of violence against doctors and healthcare workers. Unfortunately, on the ground, these are not effective. Very few convictions have happened on violence on doctors. the violence that has happened in Kolkata is very unfortunate and qualitatively different from the violence that has been happening between the patient's relatives or the general public. This seems to be a crime committed within a medical college in a metro, which now makes all the hospitals in the country unsafe places. So it's time that the governments become sensitive to this need of our doctors, especially when there is more number of lady doctors coming out of our medical colleges. I do not have statistics, but I have reasons to believe 50 to 60% of the medical students coming out of our colleges are lady doctors. So there is an need for a overall comprehensive relook at the whole system, the amenities provided, declaring hospitals as safe zone, and what will be the provisions of security, CCTV, central legislations. I think it has to be a very comprehensive one at this time.
Right.
We are meeting the
Dr.
health
Ashokan,
minister
there
today.
is an interesting, observation that the former letter makes, saying that airports are designated as safe zones, and there's a 3-layered security. Anyone assaulting an airline staffer gets deboarded, and then there's of course a penalty that he has to pay. He also has to face a trial. But similar provisions don't exist for doctors. At least legislations do, but they're not really effective on ground. Your letter also talks about hospitals being designated as safe zones. What is your demand from the Health Ministry, sir, and would you be also wanting to meet the Health Minister in this regard?
Yeah, we are meeting the Health Minister around 2 p.m. now. Our main demand is one to declare the hospitals as safe zones throughout the country. This is implicit. These hospitals, the structures, the security were built in an age of innocence. Now the society has moved, and our daughters who are becoming doctors, and also, the healthcare workers, especially the nurses, are very insecure now. So I think the Health Ministry is obliged and is duty-bound to have a look at the comprehensive legislation and provisions like the airport. If the airline staff, they are important for the country. Doctors are certainly important.
Right. My last question to you, Dr. Ashokan, what about, while we completely empathize with the doctors, there's also, the other side to this. Patients have been suffering because, hospitals across different cities have have stalled their elective services. The OPD services have also been impacted in many cities. How long could this strike go on, sir? When do you see this sort of ending? Because clearly this is also about the nation's healthcare.
Indian Medical Association has been very responsible. Resident doctors are a small fraction, but carrying on the main brunt of the workload of the healthcare. But Indian Medical Association covers the entire medical profession. We are yet to give any action call. We are very much restrained. We are very sensitive to the needs of the patients. And we will certainly work out a solution along with the governments.
And now, Indian wrestler Aman Sehrawat received a warm welcome at the Delhi airport after winning a bronze medal at the Paris Olympics. My colleague Rika Roy spoke exclusively to him, where he talks about achieving this feat.
Paris Olympics done and dusted. 6 medalists from the game, and we are right now returning home. With me is one of the medalists from the games, Aman Sehrawat, who won the bronze in wrestling. We are crossing the Himalayas right now, and the achievement has been like scaling Mount Everest. Aman, कुछ दिन हो गया है आपके medal के बाद. बताइए क्या किया, किस तरह की चीजें चेंज हुआ है आपके लिए?
चेंज तो जी ये हुआ कि भाई लोग आए हैं, अपना आशीर्वाद दिया है, शुभकामनाएं दी आगे के लिए, और कहा भाई आगे और अच्छा करेगा. तो अभी तक तो शुरुआत है, ये हम भी हमारी भी जिम्मेवारी है कि भाई आगे और अच्छा करना है देश के लिए.
मैं एयरपोर्ट में देख रही थी आपसे मिलने के लिए, पिक्चर्स लेने के लिए लाइन लग गई है. क्या लगा, मतलब एज ए 21 ईयर ओल्ड कैसे इस स्टेज से आप एडजस्ट कर रहे हैं?
ये बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है जी, देखते थे वैसे भी लोग आ रहे हैं, पिक्चर ले रहे हैं, तो ऐसा लग रहा है भाई अब तो और अच्छा करना है, इससे भी देशवासियों के दिलों में और कुछ होना.
आपको कुछ अंदाज़ा है कि घर जाके किस तरह तरह से आपको स्वागत किया जाएगा? बाकी जो सीनियर रेस्लर्स हैं उन्होंने कुछ आपको फीडबैक दिया है कि वो जब मेडल जीते थे चीज़ें कैसे उनके लिए बदला था और किस तरह से स्वागत होगी आपकी? कुछ अंदाज़ा है क्योंकि पीएम से भी आप मिलेंगे?
स्वागत का अभी मतलब इंतजार कर रहे हुए हैं, काम कौन से आए होंगे और अखाड़े में से और भी बच्चे रेसलिंग के जो भी है खेल प्रेमी सब आए होंगे, तो फिर देखेंगे जाके क्या होगा।
आप किससे मिलने के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा बेकरार हो इस टाइम?
मैं 36 साल में जाने के लिए
आपके जो अखाड़ा में, हाँ, और वहाँ पे किसी से मिलने के लिए आप ज़्यादातर?
खास तो ये अब दोस्त हैं, गुरुजी हैं, मतलब सभी से मिलने के लिए।
अच्छा, एक चीज़ बताओ कि ये जो ओलंपिक की कामयाबी हुई है इससे आप एक बहुत बड़ा रोल मॉडल बन चुके हैं। ये जो आपका रोल मॉडल स्टेटस है इसको आप किस तरह से इस्तेमाल करोगे? रेसलिंग में हो, स्पोर्ट्स में हो, इस रोल मॉडल स्टेटस को आप कैसे इस्तेमाल करोगे? क्या बोलोगे लोगों को कि किस तरह के?
बस ये मैं तो यही बोलूँगा कि भाई अपने जो अपना टारगेट है बस उसी पर ध्यान दे, लोगों की बातों पर भी नहीं है और ना नशे में बन जाए, बस अपना टारगेट पर ध्यान दे। मुसीबत मायने नहीं रखती जब टारगेट बना लिया जाता है।
ये रेसलिंग जो एक स्पोर्ट है काफ़ी चर्चा में रहा है इस दौरान, इस ओलंपिक्स के दौरान वेट मैनेजमेंट के लिए। आप 57 kg में हो जो कि एक आसान बॉडी वेट नहीं है। अब थोड़ा सा हमें